blame others for failure to deliver what they want. I do agree with the former Sinn Fein MP for Mid-Ulster, Francie Malloy, who broke ranks within Sinn Fein to say that they should not have backed Catherine Connolly. Their decision is a clear recognition that Sinn Fein are not fit to lead the Irish Republic. And on this, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, these benches agree with Sinn Fein.
Thank you. Philip, I call Sean Mulholland.
Speaker, and I want to talk about organ donation, given that it is Organ Donation Week. It is life-changing, an act of generosity that can be tinged with both joy and with grief, depending on the circumstances. Across the UK, there are 8,000 people currently waiting on a transplant, and 276 of them are children. But only 1% of deaths happen in circumstances that could even allow donation. As Anthony Clarkson from the NHS Blood and Transplant puts it, you're more likely to need a transplant than you ever are to be a donor. And I think that really hits home for me when I think about my own wee ones and my own family. And the truth is, it could be any of us here in this chamber who at some point need a transplant. In Northern Ireland, our waiting list has risen to 163 people, and last year 44 deceased donors enabled 123 transplants, and 68 living donors stepped up, including one of our own civil servants who work alongside the Communities Committee this year. 8 people, however, in Northern Ireland died while still waiting, and there are 8 funerals I'd rather hadn't happened, and I'm sure we all feel the same. But that said, there's an awful lot that we can be proud of. 90% of people here support organ donation, and 59% of us are on the register. That's the highest in the UK. And normally when we're looking at statistics across these islands, Northern Ireland is usually the one lagging behind, but not this time. And I think that is testament to Daithí's law. It is making a difference. As Martina's daddy says, Daithí's law is already playing a role in saving people's lives, but there is more to do. And he's right, because while deemed consent helps, families still need to be part of that discussion. They are far more likely to say yes when they know and they have had that conversation with their loved one about what they wanted. So I want to take the opportunity today to please, to beg people to please register and to tell your family, have that conversation, leave them certain of your wishes. For families, losing a loved one is already a really torturous time, and leaving them with one less thing to worry about can help. Martin also put it really perfectly. What could have been an avoided subject at school is now part of everyday conversations in schools, in homes and in communities. And I think that is testament. That cultural shift is precious. And he reminds us a wee bit of the humanity behind it all and the human heart of this work. You know, the bravery and the compassion of donors and their families by thinking of others in their darkest days are what make them true heroes, and I agree with every word. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Farbug Croga, the brave wee man that is Mr Daithí, and is the smiley wee face that I sometimes see in Ballycastle when he's up for his holidays. And a little boy who has taken the toughest of circumstances to change the world around him. So for this week, please have that conversation with your families.
Thank you, Sean. I call John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise today to condemn and to highlight the behaviour of some private car parking firms who are operating across Northern Ireland with impunity. These firms, as we all know, are using bully boy tactics and targeting ordinary people with extortionate fines and threats that are completely disproportionate to the circumstances. Principal Deputy Speaker, in my constituency recently, an elderly lady contacted my office who paid the fine after 15 letters of intimidation by one of these so-called parking firms. When a family member challenged it, it transpired that the lady had actually been in hospital at the time that the fine had been for the incident that had occurred. This is not a one-off incident, but it is absolutely disgraceful, and I've written to the Minister today to highlight this issue and many other. We all heard the story. Someone does pay for a ticket and perhaps leaves 1 or 2 minutes late and suddenly faces a £100 penalty. If they challenge it or try to debate with the company, they get harassed. Bailiff letters begin, threatening language, intimidation. These are not the actions of fair businesses. They are the actions of companies seeking to squeeze every penny out of our constituents. What makes matters worse is that some of our public bodies are employing these very companies to do this. Public bodies funded by the taxpayer effectively outsourcing intimidation. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this Assembly cannot stand idly by while our constituents are threatened in this way by these companies. We must look to what is happening elsewhere. In England and Wales, new codes of practice and legal frameworks have been introduced to curb these excesses, and in Scotland, action has been taken to ensure that enforcement is fair, proportionate and transparent, and Northern Ireland must not lag behind. I am calling today on the Minister for Infrastructure to review the existing legislation and regulations that will finally rein these companies in. As we know, these companies have access to DVLA records, and it is important that they are completely and utterly under control. We need clear rules, robust enforcement and real protections for the public. We need to ensure that if penalties are applied, they are fair, reasonable and transparent. And above all, we need to put an end to the harassment and intimidation of ordinary people going about their daily lives. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, John. I call Mark Durgan.
As many of you will know, my hometown of Derry proudly carries the title City of Song, and few ensembles encapsulate that spirit more than the choir Cordeta, one of our most distinguished musical institutions that is celebrating a remarkable 25 years of singing together. Under the expert direction of Donald Doherty, Cordeta has flourished over the past 25 years, earning widespread international acclaim. Such is the dedication of its members that many travel home to Derry regularly from Belfast and beyond for weekend rehearsals and performances. Cordeta has performed and competed at the highest levels across Europe, with notable appearances in Washington DC and Mexico, bringing their talent and voices and representing us across the Atlantic. Their accolades are as impressive as their itinerary, from live broadcasts on television and radio to recordings and standout performances at both the opening and closing nights of the proms, and even at Sports Personality of the Year, when it was broadcast from Belfast 10 years ago to an audience of over 8 million viewers. They've earned recognition and won awards across the global choral stage. But I still think or maintain that Donald Doherty's greatest musical achievement was managing to get a few notes out of me when he taught me recorder at St Columb's College. In recent years, Cordeta has expanded to include both junior and youth choirs, nurturing young talent and enriching the musical life of our region. These ensembles have played a vital role in music education, particularly in developing young voices and fostering a love of singing for generations to come. We are truly privileged to have a choir of such calibre representing in Derry and indeed the country. Congratulations to everyone involved with Cordeta on this remarkable milestone.
Thank you, Mark. I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. September is Gynecological Cancer Awareness Month, an important opportunity to raise awareness around ovarian, womb, cervical, vulva and vaginal cancers, cancers which affect thousands of women across the UK and Northern Ireland. Yet awareness, detection and outcomes remain poor. In recent weeks, I have received a number of pieces of correspondence from both constituents and charities raising a very specific and concerning issue: the widespread misunderstanding that cervical screening detects ovarian cancer. Nearly half of women in Northern Ireland believe that a smear test will pick up ovarian cancer, and that is just not true. Cervical cancer detects changes in the cervix which could lead to cervical cancer, but it does not test for ovarian cancer or other gynecological cancers. This misunderstanding is costing women time, it's giving them false reassurance, and when it comes to ovarian cancer, time is everything. Ovarian cancer is often called the silent killer because its symptoms are vague and easy to dismiss: bloating, pelvic pain, feeling full quickly, changes in bladder habits, to be honest, and every day for women. Symptoms that we are told that are put down to hormones, stress, or simply just being a woman. Too often, referrals come too late. Only 1 in 3 women here know that bloating is a symptom of ovarian cancer. The 5-year survival rate overall remains below 45% across the UK. For women diagnosed at stage 1, survival can be as high as 95%, but those diagnosed at stage 4, it drops down to 15%. And that difference is stark when we consider the consequences of a late diagnosis. These outcomes are among the worst in Europe, and that's not acceptable, but it doesn't have to be inevitable. Other parts of the United Kingdom are beginning to act. For example, in England, cervical screening information is now carry clear wording that the test does not detect for ovarian cancer. Public awareness campaigns have helped challenge myths and encourage women to see their GP if they notice symptoms. Northern Ireland needs to do the same, and I would urge the Public Health Agency to take immediate steps to run a public information campaign here, using plain language, community channels, GP surgeries and local media. Women need to know what cervical screening is for and what it is not. But awareness is not enough. We need better pathways for diagnosis. And finally, we need a women's health strategy in Northern Ireland, because across these islands, women's health for too long has been an afterthought. Pain is normalised, symptoms are dismissed, and the result is poor outcomes for women in areas ranges from endometriosis to fertility, from menopause to cancer. Behind every statistic is a woman, a daughter, a mother, a sister and a friend. Some are still lucky to be with us, others are not, because diagnosis happened too late. Their voices should not be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Time's up. I now call Aisling Riley.
The Irish language is having a moment. The numbers of those learning the language is on the rise. Irish medium education is booming, and a commissioner is imminent. It is clear that the Irish language is flourishing, and it is vital that we in the Chamber continue to help it to do so. Despite the progress made, 25,000 Gaels in every corner of this island took to the streets of Dublin on Saturday last. I was among them, and I was proud to be there, standing side by side with them. 25,000 Gaels on the streets, loud and proud, demanding their rights, demanding proper investment and recognition of the Irish language in education, in housing and in legislation. 60% of Irish medium schools in the north are still located in temporary, unsuitable accommodation, and there has been a disastrous decline over the past 20 years in the number of pupils choosing GCSE subjects in English medium secondary schools. Irish medium early years sector is swimming against the tide, facing a significant increase in demand for services at a time when the state's approach is inactive, which puts further financial, staffing and resource pressures on the sector. In councils throughout the north, Gaelgorries continue to struggle with the visibility in the public sphere, whether that is bilingual signs or in council branding. However, let me say this. We stand with the Gaels and we take to the streets. We will continue to fight for their rights to be recognised, supported and invested in this chamber and beyond it. Progress has been made and is being made, but there's still a way to go, and we continue that journey loudly and proudly. Thank you.
Aisling, you've just got 1 minute. Sorry about that.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm going to speak about a young girl who died over the summer. I prefer to wait, if that's okay. Are you sure? That's very kind, thank you. During recess on the 8th of July, Jaden Rice, a 16-year-old girl, was killed on the West Circular Road in Bangor. Jaden had just finished her GCSEs and was looking forward to going back to school to complete her A-levels. She was an active member of the Army Cadets, where she excelled in first aid and was considering a future in the Army or community work. She was also an active youth leader within the DICE project in Bangor, where she helped young girls and boys from the local area. And I know that all those who are involved in the DICE project and the wider North Down community network are still very much coming to terms with her loss. Her mum, Elaine, described her daughter very tenderly. "There will never be anyone with a heart as big as yours. Half of my heart is with you. Please hold it tight, Princess, and know that I will be with you always." Her brother described her as brave and amazing. Like glitter, she always shined hope and happiness into everyone who met her. Principal Deputy Speaker, a man has been subsequently charged with causing death through dangerous driving, causing death whilst driving without a licence, and causing death whilst driving without insurance. Few of us in this chamber, I hope, will ever know the pain that this family has gone through losing a child, and my thoughts remain with them at this time. and it is now up to others to honour her legacy and remember her through our actions. The astounding facts are that the accused in Jaden's case was already on bail for other driving offences. He didn't even have a licence, but he took a car, and we know that police can believe they can connect him to the circumstances of that night on the 8th of July. I wrote to the Alliance Justice Minister recently about Jaden's case, specifically regarding the man charged being released on bail, which was very hurtful for the families and incredulous for me to understand. It is therefore very disappointing that Minister Long has replied to me that she has no plans to include new guidance on the granting of bail within her sentencing bill. I believe this to be a significant missed opportunity to provide Jaden's family with a positive legal legacy from the tragic circumstances of her death. Unfortunately, one the Justice Minister is not going to adopt. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Philip. So our next item of business, that ends member statements. So the next item of business is a committee membership motion from the DUP. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That Mr. Philip Brett replace Mr. Harry Harvey as a member of the Committee for the Executive Office. That Mrs. Pam Cameron replace Mr. Brian Kingston as a member of the Committee for the Executive Office. That Mr. Brian Kingston replace Mr. Stephen Dunn as a member of the Committee for Justice. That Mr. Harry Harvey replace Mr. Keith Buchanan as a member of the Committee for Infrastructure. That Mrs. Pam Cameron replace Mr. Brian Kingston as a member of the Committee for Communities. That Mr. Brian Kingston replace Mr. Philip Brett as a member of the Committee for Finance. That Mr. Harry Harvey replace Mr. Paul Frew as a member of the Committee for Finance. That Ms. Cheryl Brownlee replace Mr. William Irwin as a member of the Committee on Procedures. That Mr. Gary Middleton replace Mr. Peter Martin as a member of the Committee for Education, and that Mr. Stephen Dunn be appointed as a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark to move the motion. Thank you, Trevor. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for the Executive Office to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 26th of January 2026 in relation to the committee stage of the inquiry Mother and Baby Institutions, Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill.
Thank you. I call on Paula Bradshaw, Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office, to move the motion.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no limit in this debate, so I call on the Chairperson to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you. So, as Chair of the Committee for the Executive Office, I rise to propose an extension to the committee stage of the inquiry into Mother and Baby Institutions, Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill. This legislation is not only technically complex, it is deeply personal. It seeks to deliver truth and redress to survivors of institutions that operated in Northern Ireland over many decades. These institutions left a legacy of trauma, shame, secrecy and exclusion. Our duty now is to ensure that the legislative response is thorough, inclusive and survivor-led. The committee has already undertaken significant work. We launched a comprehensive call for evidence, which has now been open for 11 weeks and closes at the end of this month. We held engagement sessions with survivors and advocacy groups to provide more information on the passage of the bill through this Assembly. And we have begun detailed scrutiny of the bill's provisions, including meeting men and women with lived experience of the various institutions at our meeting last week. But it is clear that more time is needed. Survivors have asked us for space to reflect, respond and be heard. Important questions about eligibility, compensation and the structure of the inquiry have emerged, and we, as legislators, must ensure that every clause of this bill is fit for purpose. An extension will allow the committee to deepen its engagement with survivors and affected stakeholders, refine the initial redress scheme to ensure fairness and accessibility, strengthen the inquiry framework to guarantee independence and trauma-informed practice. This is not about delay, it is about dignity. Survivors have waited decades for recognition. We must not rush the process now. We must take the time to listen, to learn and to legislate with care. And I would urge members to support this extension of the committee stage until the end of January 2026. And let us honour the courage of those who have come forward, and let us ensure that this bill delivers the truth and redress that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to the 15th of May 2026 in relation to the committee stage of the Dilapidation Bill.
Thank you. I call on Robbie Butler, the chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, to move a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Robbie. So the Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit on this debate. So therefore I call the chairperson to open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And on behalf of the ERA Committee, I wish to request an extension to the committee stage of the Dilapidation Bill to the 15th of May 2026. This date was agreed after discussions at the committee meeting on the 11th of September 2025, and the committee was first briefed on the proposed content of the bill at its meeting on the 26th of June with officials from DERA's Neighbourhood Environment Quality Branch, and we considered the outline of the 31 clauses and 2 schedules. We were informed that the bill is intended to provide Northern Ireland councils with the powers to deal with dilapidated, dangerous or neglected buildings and sites, and to establish a fit-for-purpose enforcement regime. This reflects the powers already available in the rest of the UK and will enhance the cost recovery powers for councils. The committee heard that the bill provides for a tiered approach in terms of severity of dilapidation, and those requiring emergency action being judged to be the most severe. The committee recognises that much of the current legislation is old, and the departmental consultation in relation to this bill was almost a decade ago, which was 2016. So with the length of time that has elapsed, it is of utmost importance that the committee takes its time to fully scrutinise all aspects and impacts that the bill may have, and that it is to ensure that it addresses the current issues across buildings and sites, and that it's viable for councils in terms of the resources in the current financial climate. The Department's 2016 consultation received 24 responses, mainly from councils, and there was a majority support to introduce a bill with a new, broader, updated regime to deal with dilapidated, dangerous structures, neglected sites, and a range of visual amenity issues. However, members are all aware of dilapidated buildings leading to further neglect in an area, and you don't have to go too far from this building to see a row of dilapidated vacant shops at the Knock Lights, for instance, that have been that way for many years. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in the second stage debate, members raised significant issues in relation to the Dilapidation Bill and highlighted the need to see DERA guidance documentation that will accompany the bill. I thank the Department for moving on this with guidance at pace, and a draft has now been provided to the committee. This will ensure our enhanced scrutiny at committee stage. One of the reasons for the extension date is that this bill is not as straightforward as it would seem, as demonstrated by the issues raised at second stage by committee members and other members of this Assembly. So therefore, the ERA Committee will need to scrutinise the powers provided to councils and whether it is appropriate that they are discretionary, the full financial and wider resource impacts on councils in implementing the bill, as guaranteed central funding is not provided for within the bill, and exploring further whether the cost recovery mechanisms are fit for purpose to encourage councils to use those powers. We will also look at ensuring there is adequate cooperation and clear communication between councils, land owners, occupiers and other interested parties, the adequacy of fees and the fixed penalty charges, the timeframes for remedial action and dealing with unregistered land. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee are due to receive a briefing from RAISE at its next meeting on the 25th of September, and having received the paper in our pack yesterday, we know that RAISE highlight further pertinent queries and issues in addition to those that I have just highlighted, and the committee will want to pursue those in detail with external witnesses and departmental officials. Just to give you an example, further clarity is required from councils on whether the ability to seek compensation under emergency action will impact their decision to use these powers, as well as concerns around habitat and conservation aspects associated with dilapidated buildings. The committee will also want to explore and compare further the provisions in other jurisdictions and to assess whether these are working well. At this point, the committee's public call for evidence on citizen space is still open and will remain open until the 10th of October. And we encourage all interested individuals and groups to recognise the potential impacts of the bill and to respond to the call for evidence and the invitation to provide oral evidence to the committee. We're particularly keen to hear from local councils, relevant advisory bodies, professional bodies, housing and rental sector and NGOs. The committee wishes to give the focused issues and wider impact of the bill due diligence and scrutiny, while keeping on top of our extensive scrutiny remit of statutory rules and new agricultural, environmental and fishing policy that seems to be moving forward at the moment. The committee are also aware of the need to provide sufficient time for its deliberations and also allow time for the likelihood of further bills overlapping in the near future. So in conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, having consulted with the Bill Office and having considered the evidence, we wish to take this and our other ongoing work. The committee are seeking the support of the House to extend the committee stage of the Dilapidation Bill to the 15th of May 2026. However, the committee will of course work at pace to report in advance of that date if at all possible. Thank you.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, could you take your ease, please? Do we change the top table? Thank you.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on holding the Irish Government to account on legacy. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly rejects the notion of an amnesty for those responsible for wrongdoing during the Troubles, stresses that any revised proposals for dealing with the legacy of the past must be the product of serious and sustained engagement with innocent victims, survivors and their advocates, deplores the decision of the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland to enter bilateral discussions with his counterpart in the Republic of Ireland, whilst acquiescing on the abject failure of the Irish Government to provide answers for those families who suspect Irish state involvement in the murder of their loved ones, or who believe their deaths could have been prevented, highlights furthermore the absurdity of this approach when the Irish Government maintains their interstate case against the UK Government, notes with concern the Memorandum of Understanding between the Irish Government and the Omagh bombing inquiry, which masquerades as cooperation but includes no statutory powers, no ability to compel witnesses and no guarantee of full disclosure, opposes any role for the Irish Government in overseeing the Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery without first establishing parallel investigative processes in its jurisdiction, and calls on the UK Government to urgently provide assurances that any agreement reached in principle with the Irish Government on a legacy commands the broad support of victims and survivors.
Thank you, and I call on Diane Dodds to move the motion.
So moved, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion, Ms Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Given the events of the last few days, this is a crucial motion, and this Assembly has once again the opportunity to stand with the innocent victims of terrorist violence in showing support for it. The DUP will always stand with the innocent victims of terrorism, and we are putting on record once again that there can be no viable process and legacy which does not have access to truth and justice at its heart. Victims of violence have for many years been sidelined, made to feel that they are the pawns of political expediency from successive governments who have served up prisoner releases, on-the-run letters of comfort, and even in this Assembly there are those who have royal pardons in their back pocket. Over the course of the last months, the Secretary of State and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom have spent their time consulting with the Dublin Government on a framework for the Trouble's legacy issues. But the record of the Dublin Government on the issue of victims and their access to truth and justice is truly lamentable. Refusing to extradite IRA criminals so that they could face justice for their crimes in Northern Ireland, failing to provide answers to those who accuse the Irish security forces of collusion with the IRA. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I make no apology today for talking about some of those cases. And in this House I have spoken many times of the case of Ian Sproul. His family have long suspected the Gardaí of passing information to the IRA which resulted in his murder. It was a brutal slaying of a young Protestant and loyalist. As Ian drew up to the family home in Killen, just outside Castlederg, his car was sprayed with bullets. The IRA later phoned the house and told his father to go out to the yard and look at the mess they'd left. It was his son. No expensive Finucane-style inquiry for him, just a heartbroken family still searching for justice. No answers from the Republic's government, and a Sinn Fein First Minister who says that there was no alternative to such wicked murder and loss. No wonder victims are sickened and angry. I could, of course, mention many others who feel this pain. The King's Mills families, the family of Lord Justice Gibson and his wife, murdered as they crossed the border, the Hannah family, all families where the truth of collusion with the IRA plays a part in their fate. Let me also acknowledge those families where the government of the Republic of Ireland has failed its own citizens in their quest for truth and justice. The family of Terence McKeever and Private Patrick Kelly, shot in the rescue of Dawn Tidy, have all raised serious concerns about the lack of a full and proper investigation into their murders by IRA criminals. In a recent Belfast Telegraph article, Private Kelly's son David said, "I feel that we are all invisible in the south." On the 15th of August at 3:10, a bomb explosion ripped through Omagh. 29 people and 2 unborn children were killed. Over 200 people were injured. A bomb built in and driven to Northern Ireland from the Irish state. After a long campaign, the Omagh families were finally granted their inquiry. Yet the Memorandum of Understanding between the Irish Government and the Omagh bomb inquiry masquerades as cooperation, includes no statutory powers and no guarantee of full disclosure from the Irish authorities, and no ability to compel witnesses. It's no wonder that some of the Omagh families are deeply, deeply disturbed. This is the same Irish government, or this is the same government that has been given a role by Labour in the legacy process. The PM should not trample so lightly on the blood of innocent victims. And then we come to the Sinn Fein amendment, where they remove the word innocent in reference to the victims of terrorism. Are we surprised? Absolutely not. This is a party that is led by someone who talks about there being no alternative to violence, where there is a constant eulogy to IRA terrorists, and where some within the party have suggested that They should embrace the criminals and gangsters of the IRA more fully. Irony at its heart. Indeed, we recently saw a host of tributes from Sinn Fein to the IRA killer and criminal Beagh McFarland, who led the attack on the Beagh bar in the Shankill, where 5 people were killed and over 60 injured. Around the same time, at an event in the Falls Park, they were remembering and honouring the killer, Beagh McFarland. How can we have a reconciled future for Northern Ireland and our children when murder is treated so lightly and murderers venerated by political parties? Erasing the word innocent blurs the distinction between the perpetrator and the victim. It is the antithesis of justice, and there is no workable legacy process where justice is ignored. We will always stand with the victims of terrorist criminals, a legacy process that has victims at its heart and where the suffering of the innocent is not airbrushed for political expediency. The opportunity to hear the stories of innocent victims, hear their voices, and learn about their lives which were so cruelly taken is absolutely essential. We are not interested in the airbrushing of history or the manipulation of the lives of innocent people for political gain. We are not interested in an imperfect opportunity. The lives of the innocent still cry out for truth and justice. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Linda Dillon to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers to the debate will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Ashkan Corlia. And I want to begin by saying I noticed a lot of we in the speech by the previous speaker. This isn't about we, because at the heart of any debate on legacy must be the victims and the survivors of the conflict. Their pain, their voices and their right to truth and justice. That needs to be the starting point and the finishing point, to be perfectly honest with you. The motion highlights, absolutely not, the need for answers, including from the Irish Government. And I want to be clear that victims deserve the truth, wherever it leads. We must ensure the approach to legacy is not about closing doors, but about opening the door to truth, to accountability and to healing. What victims, not we, have consistently told us is that they need a process that they can trust. And they almost had that in Stormont House, which the DUP agreed to, by the way. No, I won't. Allow me to go further on. I will let you back in. So the DUP agreed to that, and it was far from a perfect mechanism, but at least it had the buy-in from many, many victims. At least they had a say in it. At least they had input into it, and they were consulted on it. And 17,500 people responded to that consultation. I don't think there's many consultations out there that we could say that about. So, as I say, what victims have told us is they want a process they can trust. They need one that commands their confidence, one that doesn't simply relitigate old political arguments, but seeks to meet their needs, truth recovery, justice where possible, and recognition of the harm done. That is why any legacy... Okay to go on. That is why any legacy framework must be victim-led and have broad support. It cannot be imposed neither by London nor Dublin, or even by this Assembly. And it's worth remembering that, as I say, we have been here before. We had the Stormont House Agreement, had the endorsement of the Assembly, the DUP had supported it, both governments were involved in that, and the agreement did envisage a role for the Irish Government, and they were very much involved in the conversations around it. A process that fails to include the cooperation from both governments would fail all victims. And I share concerns about the British Government's approach to the unilateral passage of the Legacy Act and the amnesty provisions that have undermined confidence across the board. But the answer is not to walk away from engagement. The answer is to insist on a process that victims can trust, that compels disclosure, that has investigative powers and truth recovery processes, and that puts victims at the centre. So I would ask that everybody in this Assembly work together to that end, not scoring political points, but to secure a process that commands the confidence, deals with the past comprehensively, and allows victims to finally get the answers they have been denied for too long. And I'm asking that members in this chamber here today support our amendment, because truthfully I think that the original motion is political posturing, is little or no focus on the victims, on their needs or their asks. Legacy is not about whataboutery, it is about families all across our community, and I could name many just like the member across the chamber did today. But I don't think they want us to name them. I think they want us to deliver for them. They've lost mothers, sons, daughters, fathers, brothers and sisters during the conflict here. And they come from all backgrounds, and they lost their loved ones at the hands of those from all backgrounds. And they all, without exception, deserve to know the truth and have the justice they require for their loved ones. And I hope that we maybe will get some of that, but it remains to be seen what will be in the legislative text from the announcement by the two governments on Friday. But let me be very clear, as a party we will listen to all victims. As I have done over many years, as far back as 2016 and 2017, I have been meeting with victims and families, as I say, from all backgrounds, killed and injured by all actors in the conflict, whether they be Republicans, Loyalists or state actors. And it will be they who decide on the process that meets their needs. But the DUP do not get to decide who a victim is. The definition of a victim is outlined in the 2006 Northern Ireland Act definition of a victim. You don't get to decide it, I don't get to decide it, nobody in this chamber here today gets to decide it. The definition is there, it is the definition of a victim. So I would like us all to just accept that, to move on and to understand this. Every single family who lost a loved one feels the same pain. Every single family who lost a loved one deserves the same truth. Every single family who lost a loved one deserves the same justice. That is it. There's no equivocation, no nonsense. Every single person who died is a loss. Every single person who is gone is missed and loved by the people who have lost them. So let's just stop this nonsense in this chamber. There are people in this chamber I know who have lost loved ones. Right across this chamber from all backgrounds. We can't ignore that. I am very lucky. I am one of the very lucky people who did not. I understand that. So I do not speak for victims. That is why I listen to them.
Thank you. Nicole Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, I stand to welcome this debate today, and I think we should all keep one thing firmly in our mind this morning, and that is the victims and survivors of the Omagh bomb, and indeed all those bereaved, injured and killed during the entirety of the Troubles. They should be at the heart of today's discussion. Their voices must be heard, and their experiences and those of their family members must be used to guide how we deal with these difficult issues surrounding legacy. Considering the original motion, I find that while it raises real concerns, it risks becoming more about political point scoring than about real commitment to truth, justice and accountability for victims and survivors, taking us away from where the focus should be. Victims are not best served by jabbing rhetoric or by a political blame game, passing responsibility back and forth between jurisdictions. They are best served by a practical, victim-centred, human rights compliant approach. I just want to make a bit of progress on maybe that, Jim. It is because of this that I'll be opposing the wording of the original motion, but instead I'm supporting the amendment before us, which I believe, excuse me, please. I will be heard in this chamber. Thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, can you please rule?
Members, the member will be heard. I've already asked members to be quiet. I'm doing it now more formally, more loudly. Proceed.
Speaker, because I feel that the amendment better places the emphasis on the lived experiences and realities of victims and survivors here. Of course, there must be cross-border cooperation. Of course, legacy issues are an all-island responsibility, but that means working together to put victims first, not using them as pawns in a political contest. And I'm struck, Mr Deputy Speaker, by a comment that was made by a witness to a committee session on this very issue when he said, and I think I'm paraphrasing more than anything, but he said that we will not see reconciliation on this island of Ireland unless both governments step up the plate and provide the information and evidence that they have. And I think that needs to be at the heart of this. Go ahead, Will, actually.
And I agree with her when she says about transparency between the governments, the UK government, our government, and the Irish Republic. But what about the terrorists? What about the disclosure for the victims of terrorism? What about the political parties attached to the terrorists, like Sinn Fein?
For that, and I totally agree that everybody who's been involved in the trouble should come forward with the evidence they have in front of us. Do you not think that I find it absolutely abhorrent what the IRA and others did to this Northern Ireland, to this place? I hate it every day. I want to see reconciliation. I am voting for an amendment which puts victims and survivors at the centre. Mr Deputy Speaker, please.
Members, could members please stop speaking from the sidelines? The member will continue.
Thank you. And I suppose this is my frustration with this entire debate. We see these things being brought forward so that we have this ding-dong in this chamber. Meanwhile, victims and survivors and their families look on in absolute disgust and horror at the childish behaviour that we are seeing in this chamber. Can we please move on and put them at the heart of our work here, whether it's through the Executive Office Committee and its programmes and other departmental responsibilities? It is nauseating. So I am conscious that the amendment is really focused on one issue, and that there should be a separate public inquiry by the Irish Government that could result in victims and survivors being asked to give evidence more than once. That does carry a real risk of re-traumatisation for families who have already endured this pain for more than 25 years. If such an inquiry goes ahead, robust victim support must be put in place. Access to counselling, legal advice and, above all, a coordinated all-Ireland approach to evidence giving, so families would not be forced through unnecessary duplication of statements. And moving on, Deputy Speaker, in light of the recent agreement between the Irish and UK governments, we do now have this new framework, a proposal for a reformed legacy commission, the repeal of the immunity scheme and the reopening of inquests that have been stalled. This deal does have the potential to deliver for families who have waited decades. It offers us a real chance to deliver on the commitments we are discussing here today. And I believe the amendment is right in its overall direction. It reaffirms the Assembly's position, it recognises the failures of the current arrangement, and it calls on the UK Government to ensure that any agreement with the Irish Government commands the confidence of victims and survivors. Without that confidence, no legacy mechanism can succeed. So in closing, legacy is a contentious issue for a reason. It isn't easy, but we owe it to victims and survivors to approach it with honesty, compassion and practical solutions. The days of politics of appeasement need to be placed behind us so that we can achieve meaningful and sustainable reconciliation on this island of Ireland. Thank you.
Speaker, I'll just remind people this is a debate about the Irish Government's role in legacy, and that's why we're focusing on the Irish Government's role. We debated this in March of this year with our motion, and not a single person in the House disagreed. It passed without issue, amended by the DUP, but for some reason we seem to have gone off on a tangent. Mr. Speaker, James Elliott was kidnapped close to the border in 1972, taken into the Irish Republic, tortured, murdered, his body then booby-trapped and dumped on the border 2 days later. 2 individuals were charged, not with his murder, but with explosive charges. There was no Article 2 investigation into James Elliott's murder by the Irish Government. Why is there not? There is now a UK have initiated an Article 2 inquest, and hopefully that will start again. Jean McConville, abducted and murdered in the Irish Republic, has had no Article 2 investigation. Robert Narrow, abducted and tortured, no Article 2 investigation. Look, I can go on an awful lot more. But there is a concern, because Kieran Conway and Michael Hayes admitted to involvement and knowledge of the Birmingham bombing, which killed 21 people and injured over 200 more. And they haven't even been questioned by the Garda Síochána. The Garda Síochána didn't interview Father Patrick Ryan, who admitted multiple involvements in explosions, including Brighton and Hyde Park. Never even interviewed by Garda Síochána. Kingsmill certainly didn't get the open, transparent cooperation from the Irish government they were promised. Corporal Heather Kerrigan and Private Norman McKinley were murdered by Pyra on a cross-border operation, quite happy to slip back into Ireland, which they've seen as a safe haven. Because the fact is, Ireland was used as a safe haven for terrorists who were comfortable to attack civilians in Northern Ireland, safe in the knowledge they can go back to the Irish Republic and be safe. Do I have confidence in the Irish government and their legacy dealings with the Troubles? Not one bit. And here's why. Because the former Irish Justice Minister made it clear in 2021, where he said that the government has decided that it was no longer in the state's interest to investigate and prosecute Troubles-related crimes. So in 1998, the Irish government literally says, that's it, we've drawn a line under the sand, we're not going to do it anymore. And they did so, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, having been lobbied by Sinn Fein for amnesties. Yet the Irish government stands with their hands in their pockets complaining about the UK government's legacy while they do absolutely nothing. Their refusal to investigate Troubles-related crimes have delayed and denied justice, and this will be exploited by the perpetrators, the same way the OTR letters were exploited by Downey. And the chief suspect of the murder of Gareth O'Connor in 2003, who was handed an OTR letter by a senior member of Sinn Fein, again denying and delaying justice. We've already debated this issue. We've already talked about what happened in regards to Omagh, and we supported the family's call for the Irish government to open an independent inquiry into the Omagh bombing. That's the core of what we're talking about here. The Irish have not done enough, if anything whatsoever. And to remind people, the Omagh bomb was constructed in Ireland, the explosive sourced in Ireland, the TPU, time of power unit, built in Ireland. The car was stolen in Ireland. The murderous operation was planned and mounted from Ireland. And the murderers, the perpetrators, returned to Ireland. Yet the Irish government thinks it's nothing to do with them. It's utterly scandalous. We should all be up in arms in regards to that. That is the heart of the DUP motion. To say to the Irish, you have not done enough, do more. How you cannot just support that is absolutely beyond me. Yes, of course.
The motion also says that it deplores the decision of the Secretary of State to negotiate with his counterpart in the Republic of Ireland. How do you propose that we get full cooperation from the Irish government in the absence of negotiation?
Well, negotiations are negotiations, but you cannot be a negotiator if you're the ones who are literally denying the justice at the same time. You cannot turn around and say, we're going to negotiate to you, we're going to make sure you've got an oversight body, but you know what? We're not going to do anything. And that is a genuine concern. Whether you see it or don't see it, that is a genuine concern. We now have an issue where we're going with the Irish government have now said they will have a Garda legacy unit. That is a move in the right direction. Who's going to be the oversight body for that legacy unit? How will we ensure that they do not redact information? Because my last conversations with the Irish government, they were quite clear that the the Directorate of Intelligence, which was formerly known as G2, will be able to redact information before investigation, and the Garda Síochána will also redact information before investigation. So there's no oversight body. I'm also further concerned that when I asked the First Minister just yesterday about can she guarantee that this will be victim-centred, it seems clear to me that nobody's even engaged with our Executive Office, who's responsible for victims and survivors strategy. So they can't even say that. I've got 5 seconds, so sorry. So listen, I'm supporting the motion. I think it's clear. Not every word is perfect, but I still think it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's been said before, but it needs to be said again, and as often as possible, that the people who matter most in this discussion are not the people in this room. They are the people who are victims of the Troubles and their families. In everything we say and everything we do, we have to think about them. We also have a responsibility to our society, to the society that we live in now, young people and future generations who will take on the leadership of this society in the years to come. We have a responsibility to them not to pass on the poison of our conflict, to do as much as we possibly can to create a healthy and reconciled society. We clearly are failing at that task thus far. It's clear that the amnesty proposals put forward by the previous Tory government marked a nadir in the post-conflict period. The proposals, I'll give way in 1 second, the proposals which have come out from the UK and Irish governments are, as yet, scant in some detail. There clearly is progress in some areas, but there are real concerns that need to be addressed and will be addressed, I hope, in part through legislation and engagement with victims and survivors first, parties in this chamber, though I have to say, based on the quality of debate in this chamber, some will wonder about how productive that engagement will be. I would also say that the legislation that does come forward will come forward, and I think it's right that there are parties who are actually going to be in the chamber at Westminster in order to amend that legislation where necessary. I'll come on and make my points, but I will give way for the purposes of debate.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful for you giving way. I do accept and agree with you that a proposal for amnesty by any government is totally inappropriate. You described that as a nadir by the UK government. Would you also agree that the amnesty that Michael McDowell says the Irish government give to every to every suspect of terrorist crimes in the Republic of Ireland at the petition of Sinn Fein was also morally indefensible and worse because it wasn't even transparent and done with legislation?
First of all, let me say this. Our party has a consistent record of opposing amnesties. I don't want this to be a political point scoring, but I'm clear about where my party has always been in relation to violence in this society, whether that was Republican violence, loyalist violence or state violence. All three happened, and there are parties on all sides of this chamber who remain in denial about the violence that happened by Republicans, loyalists or the state, or indeed the state in collusion with loyalists or the state controlling senior Republicans. We have no issues being clear about our position. We have no problems with our record, but I don't want this to be about party political point scoring. We have been clear, and we were clear earlier this year when we had the debate on the Irish government's role, that it needed to do more. It needed to do more to assure and do right by the victims of the Omagh bomb. We, as a nationalist party, a party that believes in a new Ireland, have never had any difficulty in that. We've always stood by the Omagh victims, and we stand by all of those who need more information from the Irish government about incidents that happened during the Troubles. We make no bones about that. We also have been clear in calling out and standing with the appalling victims, the victims of not just state-sponsored collusion by the British state, but those who remain today unable to access justice because the British state is hiding information from them. And it is hiding information from them. Bridie Brown is 87 years of age. She wants, in her final years, to achieve some level of truth and justice for her family. The British state is preventing her from getting that because it will not disclose information germane to the murder of her husband. Those are clear facts. Just as we stand with the Omagh families, just as we stand with the victims in Kingsmills, just as we stand with Bridie Brown and her family and the family of all victims in our conflict, we will always call for a system that does right by all of those people, and that will be our approach that we have followed as we deal with the new legacy proposals. I'll take a very brief intervention here.
It will be very brief. would the member agree with me that the Brown family did not seek to go looking for an inquiry? They tried every other process. It was actually the legal process that told them the only way they could get the truth was through a public inquiry.
Certainly true. The Brown family have behaved with extraordinary dignity, and they have been thwarted at every turn completely indefensibly. Let me say this. We will not be found wanting in terms of our responsibility in, where necessary, challenging the Irish Government, and we are robust in challenging the British Government. We will be testing these new proposals to doing our job in this chamber, at Westminster and everywhere else, and speaking up for the values that we want to see. We want to see a reconciled society. I do worry about the trivialisation of violence. I worried about the minimisation, the glamorisation of everything that happened. I worry about people minimising and glamorising the IRA campaign. I worry about people turning up outside a courthouse wearing a parachute regiment beret whenever a man is on trial. I don't want to prejudice that trial, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we know that innocent people were mowed down on the streets of Derry. A British Prime Minister stood up in the House of Commons and apologised for it, but people still see fit to turn up to a courthouse to somehow undermine the idea of justice for those who seek justice over Bloody Sunday. In all of these things, we need to be serious, and I fear there isn't seriousness in this chamber today. I fear there's a constant desire, 30 years on from the first ceasefires, to constantly snub one another's noses in it. Nothing in a legal framework stops clarity from those organisations that were responsible for this conflict. We will be calling for consistency and clarity for victims. Thank you.
Paul Fruit.
And again, I point everyone towards the motion. We talk about the abject failure of the Irish Government to provide answers for those families who suspect Irish state involvement in the murder of their loved ones, or who believe their deaths could have been prevented. Highlights furthermore the absurdity of this approach when the Irish Government maintains their interstate case against the UK Government. Notes with concern the Memorandum of Understanding between the Irish Government and the Omagh Bombing Inquiry, which masquerades as cooperation but includes no statutory powers, no ability to compel witnesses and no guarantee of full disclosure. Opposes any role for the Irish Government in overseeing the Independent Commission for Reconciliation and Information Recovery without first establishing parallel investigative processes in its jurisdiction, and calls on the UK Government to urgently provide assurances that any agreement reached in principle with the Irish Government on legacy commands the broad support of victims and survivors. So why, in this debate, can this House not support that wording for a motion that seeks truth and justice for victims and survivors? Why can they not? Why will this House divide when the victims and survivors needs truth and justice, and it needs this House to fight for it because they have waited long enough? They have waited decades. They have waited generations. People have died not knowing the truth. People have died not seeing the justice of the perpetrators, of the people who killed and savagely murdered their loved ones. And yet some of us here think this motion's unhelpful. They want to move on. They want to forget. The SDLP talked about the failure of moving on from the poison of the past. But I can tell you now, the innocent victims who died at the hand of terrorism didn't spread any poison. They did not spread any poison. I will give way.
So the members just misquoted me. I didn't say anything about innocent victims not moving on and that being a form of poison. That's a direct and offensive misquote. I acknowledge the seriousness with which he takes these issues, but that is not what I said. Dealing with innocent victims and giving them justice is not the same as... The whole point is creating a process that allows them to have truth and justice, and that's how we remove the poison from the future.
I thank the member for his clarification. And then we have Sinn Fein, who tried to amend this motion to take out the word innocent. Does that not resonate and perpetrate the guilt when they remove the word innocent from the victims? I think it's shabby. I think it's really, really bad. And here we have a party who have campaigned vigorously for amnesty, the opposite of justice. The opposite of justice. So how can they say out of one side of their mouth that they seek justice, they seek truth, but yet seek and lobby for amnesty for the IRA terrorists who perpetrated and murdered and killed people of Northern Ireland, both Protestant at the border and Catholics, who they suspected of informing, without any trial, without any justice process, summarily executed at the side of a road. That's what the IRA did to the people of Northern Ireland, from all religions, both Protestant and Catholic. And that is why so many people cannot move on, because they have not seen truth and they have not seen justice. And that's what they want. And we talk about transparency. We talk about transparency from the British government, from the Irish government. But where is the disclosure from the IRA, from the Loyalist terrorists? Where is the disclosure from Sinn Fein members who were in the IRA? They are bound by some code for the victims of terrorism when they can't find the truth from politicians of this country who had a history in the IRA but yet won't speak up, won't deliver that truth for those people when it would be so easy for them to do so. Search your conscience. Search your conscience. There's people out there who have been living a hell because they can't get the truth. Some people know the truth, but the people who know the truth can't get justice because of on-the-run cards or letters, and because the Irish government won't investigate their part in the terrorist campaign. That is awful. That is truly awful. This party will always defend every victim, every single innocent victim, no matter where they come from, no matter what their religion, no matter where they went to school, no matter where they serve, no matter where they serve their God. We will support them all. I just wish that every other party could say the same in this place. And for the Alliance Party who are going to support Sinn Féin on this motion, I think that's diabolical. I really do. I ask you to search your conscience and read the text of the DUP motion. And I pray that you will see the light with regards to our wording and come back and run round and support us in this endeavour, because we have the victims at the heart of this process. Thank you.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And when we come to discuss legacy, victims and survivors must always be at the centre of our discussions. And one of the greatest failures of this place and of the two governments over the past 27 years since the Good Friday Agreement has been the perennial failure to find a way forward or to deliver a comprehensive package to deal with our past and its legacy. That has let down not just victims but wider society. It has acted as a barrier to truth, justice and accountability, and as a barrier to building the truly reconciled, united and integrated community to which those of us on these benches aspire. But more callous, Deputy Speaker, is the perennial willingness of members of this chamber to use victims as political footballs. We have seen it when perpetrators have been eulogised by some parties in this chamber, or, I have to say, when politicians have stood outside courts alongside alleged perpetrators, or worse, met with representatives of active paramilitary groups, pouring fuel on the flames and causing even further trauma to victims in our society. So allow me to be clear at the beginning of my contribution that my party has been unwavering in its commitment to the rule of law since its foundation, and we will take no lectures from any party that flirts with terrorists and paramilitaries. Alliance has also been clear that the border should never be a barrier to victims accessing the truth and justice that they deserve. The Irish Government has a duty and an obligation to ensure full cooperation and delivery of reciprocal arrangements, and the fundamental problem with this motion is that it condemns any bilateral negotiation with the Irish Government. You cannot deliver a comprehensive package and Irish Government cooperation in the absence of that negotiation between the Secretary of State and the Taoiseach, and that is why we will be opposing the original text. And indeed, since this motion was tabled, there has been an announcement of a significant new framework. Now, like other parties, Alliance will want to take time to consult with victims and survivors who must be at the heart of our considerations. We will want to see the detail of any legislation to be passed by either Westminster or the Dáil, but it is clear that there has been a significant change in both substance and tone, and that change is to be welcomed. And as part of that framework, there is now a commitment from the Irish Government to investigate all Troubles-related incidents that happened in the state. That is progress, and that must be acknowledged. There is also a commitment to set up a new legacy unit and to cooperate fully with any inquiries that are happening in the United Kingdom. So let's take time to consider the detail of the legislation that will go through the Dáil. I will give way to the member.
Would you accept that that belated setting up of a Garda Síochána unit to investigate the past is too little too late? Because how many victims have died during their amnesty, how much evidence is lost, and how many suspects have died without being brought to justice in the last 25 years? It's too little too late to investigate things 25 years later.
It is too little too late, and I agree. And I'll perhaps come back to this point as I close my remarks. But there has been too little from both the UK government, the Irish government, and indeed many of those who were involved in paramilitary organisations during the course of the Troubles. So there are failures on all sides, and I think the challenge with the motion is that it doesn't acknowledge that shared ownership and shared responsibility across all parties. I will, yes. Briefly.
Generous with this time, but you have articulated the reason that the Alliance Party are opposing this motion is because we deplore the negotiations between the Irish government and the UK government. But if you read on within the motion, that's for a particular reason, and the reason for that is because of the failure of the UK government to get a proper process and reciprocal arrangement from the Irish Republic. So this is not an outright condemnation of the negotiations, and I do think, Mr Tennyson, with all due respect, the reasons you've articulated for opposing this motion are wafer thin.
Well, that's your view. I didn't read the motion in the way that you have just read it. I have to say it's solely focused on the Irish government and rejects engagement with the Irish government, nor does it acknowledge, because it was tabled prematurely, nor does it acknowledge the progress which has been made just in the last week, and that is a flaw. But it is a clear departure from the folly of any notion of amnesty. The callous approach of the previous government, who unilaterally departed from the Stormont House Agreement and sought to shut down avenues for truth and justice for victims in our society from right across our community. Ultimately, any process must command the confidence of victims. It must have independent oversight, both in terms of the UK and Irish government's involvement. It must be human rights compliant, and it must have active participation of victims and their families. There is a shared ownership which this motion does not recognise, and I hope that that can be redressed through this new framework. To those who say that we should simply move on, I think that is easy to say when you are someone who has not lost. It is much harder if you're a family living with that pain. Getting a comprehensive legacy process is not about living in the past. It is about dealing with our past comprehensively so that we can move forward together towards a truly united and reconciled community. That ought to be where our focus is, but I will take no lectures from parties on either side of this chamber who have frustrated that process for 30 years.
These are solemn matters, as I said yesterday, and the proposals do merit serious consideration because we owe it to the victims. And I will take exception. The Ulster Unionist Party are examining these things very, very closely. And we will try and shape and bend and influence whatever the outcome in the end is. And there are lots of things that can be done constructively. And that's why we've set out our guiding principles, which are to put victims first. But there is a big issue with how the Irish state has dealt with the Troubles, not just in terms of during the conflict, during the terrorist campaign, in terms of lack of extraditions, less than 1 in 10, etc., etc., etc. But this amnesty is a really, really serious issue. I now have the video clip where Michael McDowell is saying, loudly and clearly, that members of Sinn Fein lobbied for an amnesty and that the government gave an amnesty and they instructed in Garda Síochána not to investigate any crime anywhere in the island of Ireland. Now, not only is that shameful and it wasn't done with legislation and transparency, here's my big concern, and I'm putting this in the record today. When a state gives a solemn undertaking not to do something, and then 25 years later says it's going to start reinvestigating crimes, it's what's called in law a breach of an executive undertaking and an abuse of executive power. It's what caused the issues in the Downey trial. Because Downey was told, and there's a specific issue with his letter, that he would not be prosecuted for that case. When he was prosecuted, the judge rightly said, that's an abuse of executive power. I believe Sinn Féin's former colleagues in the IRA are sitting on a get-out-of-jail card potentially. That is why we're going to ask the Irish Government for two things. One, I know the members are laughing at the back. I don't find it funny. Okay, and I'll give you some of the examples. What we're asking the Irish Government, one, for a full report into this. Let's get a transparent report as to what was offered to whom. And also I want to see legal advice. What are the implications of that? Could that scupper the Garda Síochána now bringing their former comrades to justice? And let me tell you about one of their former comrades, Seamus Kearney. And this example highlights the hypocrisy. Seamus Kearney waited in a hospital car park in 1981. John Proctor, member of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, was visiting his newborn son in the maternity ward. When he came back, he got into his car. Who was waiting for him? Seamus Kearney, the freedom fighter for Ireland. He was smoking a cigarette and he pumped rounds into that man whose son grew up without him. And here's the thing. We were told that the Good Friday Agreement was you accept 2 years, and we all had to accept that. You get out after 2 years, but that was it. Nothing else. What happened whenever the police service actually brought Seamus Kearney to justice? Under the provisions of the Belfast Agreement, where he was going to get his 2 years. Sinn Féin came out and said, former South Derry MLA, Ian Milne, it was a vindictive prosecution because he'd been a good Republican. I would hate to say a bad Republican, but here's the point. You have opposed the rule of law being implemented as it was agreed on the Belfast Agreement, just as the Republic of Ireland has opposed that by giving an amnesty. It should be the UK suing the Republic of Ireland, not the other way around. And here's the thing. I condemn every loyalist paramilitary. The Shankill butcher was as evil as the Shankill bomber. And you see, if there's a rogue former colleague of mine, and very occasionally one did join the Glenanne gang, they're traitors. They should be put in prison. I actually call for all pensions to be stripped of anyone who did that. Right? So we stand by every victim. But the reality is 99% of the people who did wrong were paramilitaries. We need to put the victims first. And we can only do that if we build this legacy agreement on solid foundations. And the Irish Government need to, first of all, publish what was agreed with Sinn Féin and tell us what the legal outworkings of that are. Will that scupper and Garda Síochána now investigating Troubles-related crime? In terms of the Irish Government, because we want to look forward, this Garda Síochána unit, who's going to staff it? We're told with the investigation unit up here, that's going to be the Legacy Commission, it has to have a non-Northern Ireland Director of Investigations. We say, so must the Garda Síochána unit. It has to have a non-Republic of Ireland investigator in it, overseeing it. Who's providing the insight and the oversight? And I'll tell you this, both states should give unredacted intelligence to investigators. I know for a fact, and no one can challenge this, I'll just finish on this, the ICRIR are getting unredacted, unvarnished intelligence from the security services. How they release that's a different issue, but they do get it. And Garda Síochána and G2 will not give it, it's formerly known as G2, but we need to make sure they do. So I agree, let's put victims first, but there are massive issues. I support the motion. The Republic of Ireland's got a lot of ground to make up, and I hope they can.
Call Patsy McGlone.
Gurney just the basis of what the last speaker said, I listened very intently, and in fact, he does make a case for strong collaboration between both the British and Irish governments. And I welcome that if that is the logic of where he's going. It's not entirely consistent with support for the DUP motion. But we support, or simply we cannot support, the DUP motion that deplores greater cooperation between the British and Irish governments on proposals for dealing with the legacy of the past, or on any other issue of shared responsibility. The valid case has just been made for shared responsibility. Why should we negate that? We're minded to support the amendment, in fact. The SDLP has consistently rejected an amnesty for all those responsible for wrongdoing during the Troubles. The two parties in the joint office of the First and Deputy First Minister have also repeatedly failed to make any progress on the legacy arrangements in the Stormont House Agreement in 2014. They share a responsibility for the decade of failure since then to deliver on this vital issue for those victims and survivors. And I too have met with those and heard their hurt heard their suffering, and heard... Yes, Linda? Yep.
I thank the member for taking the intervention. Would the member agree with me that responsibility in terms of the Stormont House Agreement and bringing forward the legislation lay with the British Government? They agreed to do it in March of 2017, in October of 2017. They said then it would be 2018. The British Government failed to bring forward the legislation. That is something that was out with our control.
Absolutely, and I'll come to that too. I did say share a responsibility, very specific in the language. The agreement announced by both the Irish and British governments at the weekend sets out a new framework for the way forward. It is intended to reform and replace the measures in the widely opposed Legacy Act of the previous Tory government and more accurately reflect the arrangements agreed by both governments under the Stormont House Agreement. That process is expected to resolve the legal dispute between the Irish and British governments that the DUP appear to be so concerned about. I would remind the DUP that the Legacy Act did not have the consent of the Northern Ireland Assembly. That Act shut the door on the prospect of truth, justice and accountability for victims and survivors. Without that prospect, there could have been little hope for reconciliation, which we all, I trust, so hope to achieve. So we in the SDLP give a cautious welcome to the announcement by both governments. It represents some progress. However, as we all know, the proof of the pudding will be in the eating, and we wait until we see the final form of the legislation, and whatever shape that takes, and no doubt there will be multiple attempts at amendments. So we'll wait and see what the outcome of that is. We have concerns, and that's what is being brought forward. May fall short in meeting the needs of victims and survivors. And I emphasise that for the British Government, a key element is they listened, and she has been mentioned here today before, Brady Brown, that they remove their objection and their stalling and their methodology of trying to prevent the truth come out in the case of Sean Brown's murder. It has been multiple times before the court, multiple findings by High Court judges that the only way forward is a public inquiry. The British Government, the Secretary of State, have to withdraw their case to place another blocking stone in the way of that public inquiry. Mr. Speaker, we're running out of opportunities to address the legacy of the past, but as I warned the Assembly in 2021, attempts to seal off the past are doomed to failure. The poison will not be contained, and it will continue to contaminate the present and the future until properly addressed. Secrecy from governments and from paramilitary groups has long obstructed the necessary process of truth recovery for victims and their families. Both governments have now committed to bring forward legislation to facilitate full cooperation with the proposed Legacy Commission. We hope that they will deliver on that. We believe that this full cooperation should also cover existing inquiries like the Omagh bombing inquiry. Ultimately, it is for that inquiry, as an independent statutory public inquiry, to decide whether any agreement they enter into is appropriate or whether either government is not cooperating fully with their investigations. However, the SDLP believes that there is a need for the UK and Irish governments to adopt positions of full disclosure in legacy investigations. To that end, we have repeatedly called for the removal of any national security vetoes in legacy investigations, including the Omagh bombing inquiry. Both the British Government and Irish Government could and should agree to this measure. The SDLP will continue to engage with both governments and with victims groups and consult on these proposals and the forthcoming legislation. Our objective has always been to help build a legacy architecture that can deliver a reconciled, shared future. And we are committed to working constructively to achieve that shared future.
Deputy Speaker, the motion before the House has in every sense been overtaken by events. The Secretary of State shamefully announced that Dublin will co-design legacy plans. Let me be clear, this is not just wrong, it is an obscenity. We must never forget the historic record of the South. Many victims of the IRA would still be alive today, but for the deliberate actions and indeed glaring inactions of the Irish state. Sanctuary across the border, refusal to extradite known terrorists, providing safe houses, training grounds, explosives freely moving through the Republic. All of these sustained the IRA's murderous campaign. The facts are undeniable. Between 1973 and 1997, only 8 out of the 110 extradition requests from the UK to the Republic were successful. Repeatedly, the Irish Constitution, claiming Northern Ireland as its own, was exploited by terrorists and Irish courts fleeing justice. Before the arrival of the Libyan Semtex in the mid-1980s, bombs used in the vast majority of Republican areas and bombs they made were from Irish industrial explosives, straight from quarries across the border into the hands of killers. And yet today, we are told that the same Republic should be trusted to shape how legacy is handled. That is grotesque, and it's an insult to every innocent victim. The document released on Friday shows the Republic is only committed to investigating unsolved incidents in its own jurisdiction. There is no commitment to examine the fact, like bombs that were made for Roma and Enniskillen were built in the Republic before being transported across the border. There is no prospect of accountability for the attempted bombing at Tullyhannon, with a bomb 4 times the size of that used the same day in Enniskillen, targeting boys and girls brigade members with a command wire running into the Republic. And then we have the very real issue of collusion between the Irish security forces and Republicans. Like Mrs Dodds has already raised, I think today of Ian Sproul, a young joiner shot 44 times outside his Castledurg home, after which his father received a phone call telling him to go out and see what the IRA left you on the street. After that murder, an inaccurate Garda file was leaked to a journalist seeking to blacken an innocent man. I think of the Hanna family blown up by a £1,000 IRA bomb intended for a judge returning from Dublin Airport after a trip to Florida. Doesn't a 6-year-old who's named David Hanna, he deserves justice. A boy found dead with a Disney ticket in his pocket. The blood of that young boy and his parents still cries out for justice. Yet Dublin, London, and indeed those who share power with the political wing of the very people who planted that bomb turn a deaf ear. Lord and Lady Gibson, a couple aged 73 and 67, who should have been left to enjoy their retirement together, were blown up just moments after crossing the border. In both the Gibson and Hanna cases, again, serious questions have been asked, but never answered by Dublin. Does Friday's paper commit to anything on those cases? No. Dublin takes it upon itself to equality proof the UK proposals, while all the time it's up to its neck in facilitating IRA terror and outright colluding in multiple cases. My goodness, what we've heard here today from the Alliance Party. Well, Sinn Fein can always rely on their little helpers to rewrite history. They're happy, they're content that the word innocent is stripped out of this motion. I certainly am not.
Thank you. Time's up. Call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think it's important that when we debate legacy in this chamber that we are reminded that we are not just debating history in the abstract. We are talking about people, families still living with loss, communities carrying grief that does not fade with time. Some are into their 3rd generation of waiting, yet the questions remain the same and the answers have yet to come. This motion rejects amnesty and insists that any future framework commands the confidence of victims and survivors. That's 100% right. It matters that it also calls both governments to account, because for too long, one government has been quick to hold the other to scrutiny while resisting the same scrutiny itself. Victims see that imbalance, and it deepens mistrust. If we want legacy to mean anything, we cannot have double standards. I recall in my previous role sitting with families who had lost loved ones during the Troubles. But what I remember most from those meetings was the look in their eyes. To an extent, the stories that got them to meet with me mattered less than the pain that they continued to carry. What also struck me was their determination, because they're not asking for miracles. They were asking simply for truth, disclosure and accountability. And almost a decade later from those meetings, many of those families are still asking those same questions. The fact that they must keep telling us shows how far both governments have fallen short in giving them the answers. I recently wrote to the Taoiseach Micheál Martin to press these points, and in his response he spoke of a substantive package being developed that we have since heard of: restoration of civil cases, stronger investigative powers and enhanced cooperation from An Garda Síochána. And I welcome those assurances, but words must be backed by enforceable commitments. They cannot remain aspirations without statutory powers, without the ability to compel witnesses and guarantee disclosures. Victims will be once again left with promises without answers. And Omagh makes that clear. The bombing was one of the darkest atrocities of the Troubles. 27 years on, the families are reliving their trauma through an inquiry that they fought for tirelessly. Yet the Memorandum of Understanding with the Irish Government, while presented as progress, is cooperation in name only. It carries no statutory power, no authority, no powers to compel witnesses, and no guarantee that all evidence will be put forward. And for families of Omagh, that is not justice. It's delay dressed up as delivery. And when we think of Omagh, we think not only of the many lives lost, but the future stolen. Among the victims was Avril Monaghan, killed along with her unborn twins and her daughter Maura. In that moment, 3 generations of a family gone, the hope of a new generation gone, a generation that would have never remembered the Troubles had it got to live that day. They would have lived their lives free from burden of the past, but it never happened because the atrocity continued. And what strikes me most is the innocence of those victims. They were people going about their day. They had no political interests, no political information, no stake in the battles that consumed this place for too long. They were creating lives, raising families and building happiness for their families and children. And yet they were dragged into something that they never should have been involved in. It is the victims and survivors who carry those consequences, not the politicians, not those who claim to be fighting for a cause, but ordinary people who never asked to be part of it. And that's why legacy is not a matter of convenience for governments, it's an obligation to the innocent. Almost not the only example. We've heard from others. The family of Ian Sproul still waits about answers about intelligence filed from, allegedly in IRA hands before his murder. Like so many families, they have lived with the silence where there should have been candour. Their experience reminds us that unless both Dublin and London face up equally to their responsibilities, legacy will remain unfinished business. Deputy Speaker, reconciliation requires honesty. It requires both governments to be open, candid and accountable, not just when it's convenient, not when it's uncomfortable. We know the truth will never be complete and justice will not always be possible, but it's our duty to go as far as we can and provide the answers where we can. To stop short because disclosure is politically awkward would be another betrayal of those who have already borne too much. I do support this motion because it rejects amnesty, because it calls for assurance that any agreement between our government will command the broad support of victims and survivors, because it demands that no side be beyond scrutiny, and because it recognises that grief does not stop with one generation, but passes through families and communities across time unless we address it. Northern Ireland cannot afford another false start on legacy.
Time's up. Thank you. I now call Pat Sheehan to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
And our thoughts are very much with the victims of the conflict on days like today. It's those families who refuse to be silenced who have forced this British government to recognise that the Cruel and Callous Legacy Act needed repealed and replaced. The key test of the intent of the two governments is not in what was promised on Friday last, but what will be in the final legislation passed into law. The approach of British governments from the Stormont House Agreement, which was agreed in 2014, has been one of deliberate delay and obstruction. 10 years on from the Stormont House Agreement, Sinn Fein remain in problem-solving mode when it comes to the delivery of previous legacy commitments. Our focus has been to ensure that any approach to legacy is human rights compliant and capable of commanding maximum confidence of families. We have also held firm on the view that all outstanding legacy inquests that were halted on May 1st, 2024 be completed. There should also be an independent investigations unit capable of conducting Article 2 compliant investigations, and separate to that, an information retrieval mechanism. The absence of a British commitment to grant a public inquiry into the murder of Sean Brown is deeply concerning. Announcing a long fought for public inquiry into the Sean Brown case could be crucial in building trust in this British government's publicly stated intent of helping to bring the truth, justice and acknowledgement to all victims, survivors and their families. Despite the DUP rhetoric in this debate, the Irish Government have an important role in this process. They are a co-guarantor of the peace process, the Good Friday Agreement and indeed the Stormont House Agreement, and only when both governments work together has progress been made. It is crucially important that there is a joint approach to legacy matters. The DUP have a political view of who they class as victims, and that does not include a huge number of victims. Over many years, they fought against victims of the state seeking truth and justice. They fought against the inquiries such as the Bloody Sunday inquiry, the Pat Finucane inquiry. They praised shoot to kill by British forces, supported the use of plastic bullets against children, fought against lawful inquests taking place. From their narrow point of view, state killings were okay. So I don't think they should get too high on the horse of righteousness, particularly when we remember that the DUP had their own armed wing, the Ulster Resistance. That was founded and led by DUP leaders who we saw flouncing about in their lovely red berets. Of course, the Ulster Resistance imported hundreds upon hundreds of weapons, and the Greenwich report carried out by the police ombudsman confirmed that weapons brought in by Ulster Resistance were supplied by UDA death squads and murder gangs in the northwest. So when people opposite are asking Republicans to stand up and come clean, maybe the DUP would need to listen to their own advice. Our position has always been that all victims, survivors and families affected should be included in any legacy process. Sinn Fein will scrutinise the fine detail provided and urge that the underpinning legislation is published without delay. We will engage with victims' families, those advocacy groups, legal and human rights practitioners who work with them. Any legislation will be published which will underpin these proposals. That'll be indicative of whether the British Government is in fact serious about delivering in good faith on its commitments to repeal and replace the Legacy Act and deal with the British state's role during the conflict. Resources will be critical to deliver this package. The onus is on the British Government to provide the resource required to deliver this new framework. There should be immediate discussions with the Finance Minister.
Thank you. Now I call Philip Brett to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And from the outset, can I pay tribute to my colleague, Mrs Dodds, the member for Upper Bann, who has been a strong and consistent advocate for innocent victims right across Northern Ireland, both in this place and during her entire political career. Mr Deputy Speaker, the response by the member for Mid Ulster Miss Dillon, who criticised Mrs Dodds for using the word we when talking about victims. Miss Dillon may like to rewrite the past, but the great lady sitting in front of me is a victim of IRA terrorism. It was Mrs Dillon's colleagues and the Cards who tried to break into the Royal Victoria Hospital and murder her dying child, murder her and her husband. So we will take no lectures from the party opposite on that issue. The member also outlined her opposition to an amnesty, but yet no objections to royal pardons being handed to her Sinn Fein colleagues. No objection to amnesties being handed to Mr Kelly and others who bowed on bended knee to get the royal pardon and the royal prerogative of mercy. She criticised this party for the stance that we take on a definition of a victim and tried to indicate that she would force us to accept that the definition of a victim should be supported by this party. Let me be very clear. The DUP will never allow those who murdered and maimed to be equivalent to those that they murdered. And that is what the Alliance Party, in supporting the Sinn Féin amendment, are doing. They are putting on the same level the Shankill bomber who blew himself up when he was blowing up innocent people. And your record will be clear in this House. The Alliance Party's record will be clear in this House that they stood with victim makers when they could have stood with victims. But of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, Sinn Féin will always have the cover of the Alliance Party, be that in the Executive Office Committee or be that here today. The Deputy Leader of the Alliance Party tried to wield out the most thinnest reason as to why to oppose our motion. So I think it would just be useful to read into the record the exact wording. He stated that he objected to it because we lamented bilateral discussions between our government and the Irish Republic. But what our motion says is clear. Deplores the decision of the Secretary of State to enter into bilateral discussions with his counterpart in the Republic of Ireland whilst acquiescing on the abject failure of the Irish Government to provide answers to those families who suspect Irish state involvement in the murder of their loved ones. That is the line that the Alliance Party claim they are opposed to. And I will give way to any member on the Alliance benches if they can reasonably articulate why those victims and those loved ones do not deserve to have the precondition of receiving justice from the Irish Government. Absolute silence, Mr Deputy Speaker, because they have no answer. What they have done is they have made clear, as they do in every debate in this House, whatever comes forward from Sinn Féin, the Alliance Party without precondition will support. And I do want to turn to the comments made by the first Alliance Speaker, who accused people in this House of engaging in childish behaviour. And I'll give way if you want to articulate who you're talking about. Is it this party bringing forward the concerns of victims? Is it this party who read into the record the names of victims across Northern Ireland of all traditions and of none, who were murdered as a result of collusion by the Irish state? Again, Mr Deputy Speaker, met with silence. Happily give way.
I just think that the fact that you have done this and tried to goad us into a response, I have made it very clear that my focus today and every day are the victims and survivors of the Troubles. And I will do everything I can to move this country forward in a premise of trying to achieve reconciliation on this island of Ireland. So that is where my focus is. It is not about political point scoring in this chamber.
Opportunity, Ms Bradshaw, to do so when you cast your vote in around 10 minutes' time. And victims across Northern Ireland will be watching how the Alliance Party vote on this, because they are sick, sore and tired of being lectured by a party from on high. But when it comes to the opportunity to stand side by side with those very victims, they'd instead decide to stand with their friends and colleagues in Sinn Féin. Mr Deputy Speaker, my two colleagues articulated very well why this party has brought this motion forward, that we believe all of those responsible for terrorism in Northern Ireland, regardless if they were unionist, loyalist, republican, nationalist, state actors or IRA informants sponsored by the British state. They should come forward and give all the evidence that they have to ensure they face justice. And we heard from Mr. Sheehan the fact that Sinn Fein are in problem-solving mode. And I'll give way to Mr. Sheehan if he will call on his former comrades in the IRA to come forward and give all the information they have about the killings that they were involved in. And I'll give them the opportunity to set that out now.
And thanks for giving way. But I think you should focus on your own party and their role in the importation of a massive amount of weapons that were used to kill innocent Catholics. Your party formed that organisation.
Order.
Your party's responsible for it.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So when the convicted cash and carry bomber had the opportunity to call out his IRA,
one speaker at a time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They don't like the truth. They don't like justice. But I will give them the truth. The convicted cash and carry bomber would not take the opportunity for his colleagues in the IRA to give their information. And that's what you're voting with in the Alliance Party. That's who you're going to troop behind like you always do. So the record will be clear in this Assembly, Mr. Speaker, that some parties have no interest in innocent victims. Well, if this party loses this vote today, we will continue to raise these issues. But it's not this party that has failed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is the innocent victims, the length and breadth of this country, who will watch on in abject horror that as parties unite to strip out innocent victims from this motion, that they're more interested in protecting electoral transfers at the next election than standing with the innocent victims. But this party and all right-minded thinking people will always do that.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Jerry Kelly and Linda Dillon be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Possibly the ayes have it. No. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members, order, members, order, members, members resume their seats. Thank you. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Jerry Kelly and Linda Dillon be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Members, order, members, order, members, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Ciara Ferguson and Aoife Finnegan. Tellers for the noes are Paul Frew and Philip Brett. To the lobbies, the Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, order. Order. Members, please resume your seats. And Clerk, please read the result.
78 members voted, 44 members voted aye, 34 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Members, the amendment is agreed. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no? No. Okay. Been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(a)(b) that there is agreement we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Members, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Patrick Delargy and Linda Dillon. Tellers for the noes, Philip Brett and Paul Frew. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Order, members. Members, resume your seats. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
78 members voted, 44 members voted aye, 34 members voted no. The motion as amended is carried.
The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. Members, the Business Committee has agreed to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose therefore by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. Next item of business will be after question time. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber.
Members, the sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister for Communities. Questions 6, 7 and 9 have been withdrawn. I call David Honeyford.
Question 1.
Minister.
I will be meeting next week with the Minister of Finance concerning sports facilities investment. I will, however, continue to make the case at executive level for improved funding for my department so that it can provide better services across all its activities, including sport. The Minister announced £82 million of spending for 20 clubs when he's £36 million available. The GAA, Ulster Rugby, Ulster Hockey and all the other sports also need capital investment. So can the Minister tell us what other capital funding he's exploring to bridge that funding gap, that we can finally see the delivery of the full football fund, Casement Park and all the other grounds that need upgraded? Of course, I want to see sporting need met in all areas of Northern Ireland, and I want to make sure, importantly, that the £36.2 million that's been waiting for many years can be spent. That's why there has been a degree of over-planning, so that if other sports fall out, if some of the clubs fall out because they're not ready to proceed at that stage, that we will still have the funding available so that some can proceed and we can get the money spent. But I do recognise there is a need for additional funding for sport in Northern Ireland. I'll certainly be making the case for it.
I call Nicola Brogan for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for the answer so far.
In the Communities Committee, Department officials mentioned that the Minister was also seeking additional and alternative funding for the football fund. So can the Minister confirm if he's seeking additional and alternative funding for other sports or projects, or is it just the football fund that he's seeking these funds for?
Minister.
Well, certainly there's a need there within football, and the officials in question were answering directly in relation to the football fund, but I've always said we need more money for sport across Northern Ireland. It's one of the reasons why I brought forward the Olympic Legacy Fund, because I realise that outside of the three main sports, there are many sports that don't feel that they're getting the funding that they deserve, and that's why I am putting a proportion towards that so that those needs can be, I hope, partially met, but I'll always be an advocate for more money for sport in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call David Brooks for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for the investment he has made in sport, and I know that he values equality across sports. Does he accept that at this point football and rugby are £50 million behind when it comes to equality of funding?
Minister.
Yes, that is absolutely the case. I believe that we should proceed on the basis of fairness and on the basis of what was put in place in terms of those arrangements that we saw in 2011. And he is right. Unfortunately, the UK government have moved outside of what was agreed previously, and therefore it is the case that football and rugby are now behind in terms of the funding that has been made available to them, and that is something that will need to be remedied.
I call Mark Darton for supplementary.
Yes, John Cordeta. Did the Minister have any discussion with the Finance Minister in advance of his announcement on the Northern Ireland Football Fund, which overplans by some £50-odd million? And when did he inform his colleagues of the content of that announcement?
Minister.
Well, of course, the member will be aware that there has been extensive engagement through the House, through the committee. I've updated executive colleagues at the appropriate times, and I will be meeting with the Minister for Finance next week to discuss these matters further. However, it is under my remit as Department for Communities Minister, and with executive approval in place since 2011 for the Minister to take forward such a scheme. It did not require executive approval, but of course I will keep executive colleagues updated, and of course it went through the proper processes with everything going to the appropriate departments as well to get those assurances.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andy Allen for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Of course, there are 20 clubs that are pleased to be moving forward to the next phase of this fund, but there are equally more clubs who are frustrated that they're not moving forward. Minister, can I ask what engagement your department is having with those clubs to better understand their needs and what the department can do to support them moving forward?
Minister.
Absolutely, and there's a process beginning of engaging with those clubs that were not successful at this stage, so that we can first of all give feedback in terms of the assessment, and also talk about next steps, to talk about perhaps some of the immediate needs that they have, what other funding sources might be available, and the plans that we have moving forward as well. And I would like to emphasise
at this stage, because I do want clubs to all be able to see their need met and for this to move forward.
I call Magdalene.
Question 2.
Minister.
My department's regeneration policy focus is on urban settlements with a population of 5,000 or more, whereas rural villages and towns with populations of under 5,000 fall within the remit of DAERA. However, my department has been leading on the delivery of the COVID Recovery Small Settlements Regeneration Programme, which was part funded by DFI and DAERA, and it's delivering over 100 projects in small settlements across Northern Ireland, representing a total investment of almost £29 million.
Magdalene for a supplementary.
Minister, could you provide specific examples of projects that have been approved or funded in Fermanagh recently?
Well, in regards to the policy that I just outlined, we have improvements to the Beagh Marina walkways, the construction of a mugga in Rosslea, the refurbishment of an Orange Hall in Derrygonnelly, renovations at the Enterprise Centre in Belcoo, and the refurbishment of the recreational centre in Castle Caulfield, which is underway.
Call Palm Cameron for supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker. Could I thank the Minister also for his answers so far and welcome the vital work that he is undertaking to provide support to local communities. Can the Minister outline how his Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund can impact on rural communities, and can I ask also if the DAERA Minister has also shown his support?
Minister.
So this will be a fund that will be open to everybody right across Northern Ireland, all of those community organisations that are in need of renovation or improvements, and I look forward to updating the House about that soon and announcing the next steps. But certainly that will be of benefit to rural and urban communities. In terms of engagement with the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, there have been meetings with officials on this. I've spoken to the DAERA Minister and would welcome further engagement, because I think there is a role for him and myself to play, working together to make sure that we can deliver for rural communities.
Thank you, Minister. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I ask, just when you're talking about regeneration schemes, what protections will be put in place to ensure that any historical buildings will be looked after throughout those schemes and not left behind?
Minister.
Of course, there are robust procedures in place to make sure that those buildings are looked after. My big concern right now is that there's often not the funding either from government or from the owners in order to make sure that we preserve them. But I'm very keen to emphasise that regeneration does not mean that everything has to be new. Use of existing and old buildings still can play a very, very important role in the revitalisation of towns, cities and rural areas, and I'll certainly play my part in making sure that that can happen.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diana Armstrong for supplementary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, you mentioned the metrics that DAERA have of the 5,000 figure. What investment can you give for smaller rural communities who are under the 5,000 figure?
Currently under my remit, but my department is currently leading on the Shaping Sustainable Places policy. That's currently or has been out for consultation. That ended earlier on this week. But that, under the current proposals, all settlements would be eligible for investment regardless of their population size. It has been something that we have heard from members across the House about the lack of areas that I have in relation to smaller settlements, and this is hopefully going to be a way in which we can rectify that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, question 3.
Minister.
The funding programmes delivered by the Arts Council on behalf of my department support musicians through various programmes, with an investment from my department of £750,000 for 2025-26. The Musical Instruments programme provides 3 strands of support for various groups and individuals. In addition, with an investment of £100,000 from my department, the Travel Awards for Bands programme will help bands with the travel costs and promote music making and player development, and complement the Musical Instruments for Bands programme. The Ulster Scots Agency has supported marching bands in Northern Ireland in 2025 through providing grants of £121,000 to 69 bands for community tuition and £12,300 to 46 schools for band-related tuition. Additionally, the agency provides ongoing opportunities for bands through major events such as the Belfast International Tattoo, as well as providing support for bands through mentoring and capacity building.
Thank you, Minister. I call Cheryl Brownlee for supplementary.
Thank you. The travel fund was welcomed by the marching band sector, but Minister, can you assure us that this will be a rolling programme that will allow bands the time to plan for their travels?
Minister.
Yes, I can. I thank the member for meeting with me with this and sharing some of the concerns that she had in relation to deadlines. And as a result of the intervention from herself and others, we've looked at this, and we will make sure that it will be on a rolling basis, so that we don't have those deadlines which interrupt the booking that some will want to make. So I think it's good that we have this fund in place. We were recently at an event in Carrickfergus where marching bands came from the United States and were able to put on a fantastic show for us. I want people from outside Northern Ireland to be able to benefit from the talents of our bands and our musicians, and this is one way in which we can help to do that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Malisha McHugh for supplementary.
Minister, what efforts will you be making to ensure that this recognition extends to marching bands across all cultural backgrounds and includes GAA bands, traditional Irish bands, Republican bands, international bands and LGBT bands associated with the Pride event?
Minister.
The fund is open to everybody. This is not about anybody's identity or background, it's about music. That's what we're trying to promote.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Speaker. Further to the previous question, Minister, I welcome the fact that there be so many terrific marching bands from all backgrounds here. I do hope it's an inclusive fund. Can I ask whether you will make any specific effort to ensure those bands are encouraged to participate and proactively get involved in the Sliabh, which is coming to Belfast next year?
Minister.
I had a great opportunity to meet with the organisers of the Sliabh, and they were very keen to emphasise how they wanted it to emphasise the musical ability and talents of people from right across Northern Ireland. I know there's already been engagement with the Ulster Scots Agency around this, and I hope that can be a celebration of music from all backgrounds and traditions.
Thank you, Minister. I call Michelle McElveen. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the National Association of Councillors is a representative body and is not a trade union, as its members are not employees. As councillors are not employees, they cannot go on strike, but they may elect not to perform their duties.
Call Michelle McElveen for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his response. Given that the NACNI is not a union and is therefore not subject to the protections afforded to a union, does the Minister agree that strikes or other industrial action as signed off and recommended by council members from the Alliance Party and the SDLP to obtain wish list items such as pay rises, golden handshakes for those who lose their seats or indeed choose not to defend them, free broadband and other items puts participating councillors at risk under the Councillors' Code of Conduct?
Well, Principal Deputy Speaker, obviously it would be up to the Alliance Party and the SDLP to speak and say whether or not they support the action that is being proposed by their councillors. Perhaps they will intervene and let us know at some stage. However, in relation to the specific question that she asked in terms of the Code of Conduct, I would just highlight the fact that councillors are elected members and on taking up office after an election sign a declaration that says that they will observe the Northern Ireland Local Government Code of Conduct. That conduct provides that councillors must maintain and strengthen the public trust and confidence in the integrity of the council, and they must not use or attempt to use their position improperly to confer on or secure an advantage for themselves. I think that's very clear.
I call Sean Mulholland for supplementary.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, delighted to get up and clarify something there. Just Minister, you asked and I'll answer. I've already said, and my party's already been on record to say that. Would the Minister agree with me then that in a ministerial position, would the pardon? That we do not agree with the strike action? I think that's pretty clear. Yeah. So would the Minister agree with me then that it would be wrong for ministers to use their position to perhaps step down, resign, go on strike, not do their role when they don't get what they want, and perhaps maybe that would erode public confidence also?
Minister.
It's interesting that it's been confirmed that there's a great division in the Alliance Party over this issue, but of course what's very clear is, and what I am very clear about, at no stage have I ever done anything in which would be conferring a personal benefit to myself. And that's very, very different from what is being proposed here by the Alliance Party and the SDLP, and I think that's very clear for everybody to see.
Okay, I call Timothy Gosson for supplement.
Principal Deputy Speaker, the NAC have formed for being obsessed with money. I think of my time on the NAC where they refused to give back the £10,000 COVID grant that they, I believe, shouldn't have received. But Minister, I'm looking through the minutes and I'm looking at the 21st of May 2025. Members have said that they wanted to lodge FOIs because they were unhappy with their pay offer. They said it was unexpected, it was gut-wrenching, and they also felt
Timothy,
disrespected.
is there a question to the Minister?
Yes.
Thank you.
Regarding the strike action, there's no talk about strike action in the minutes. Minister, can you point us in the direction where we can actually see who asked for the strike, who supported strike action, to provide transparency on this issue? Because I certainly think the NAC, previous to form, they aren't interested in transparency.
Minister, go ahead.
Well, Principal Deputy Speaker, all I can say is that would be an issue for the NAC themselves. From my point of view, I had a meeting with the NAC on the 7th of July. I said I wanted to listen to their concerns. I invited them to provide me with a paper outlining their views and that I would consider any additional information on some of the other issues that were raised in regards to uniformity of allowances, etc. Unfortunately, they've not provided me with that information, and I'm disappointed that they're considering strike action instead of engaging in constructive discussion.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you. Question number 5, please.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I have delivered the following for the people of Upper Bann since February 2024. £1.8 million for the People in Place Neighbourhood Renewal Scheme, £3.5 million for Banbridge Public Realm Scheme, £247,000 for the Empty to Occupied Scheme, £300,000 for the Fit for Future Scheme. We also have the Lurgan Laneway Scheme, £400,000, £845,000 for street furniture and seasonal lighting, £2.5 million for voluntary and community organisations, £280,000 for the Your School, Your Club project at Lismore College, Craigavon, £225,000 for the Your School, Your Club project at Banbridge High School. She will be aware of the clubs that have progressed as a result of the Northern Ireland Football Fund, over £9 million through the Northern Ireland Housing Executive Completed Maintenance Scheme, £6.76 million in terms of the planned maintenance scheme, over £1 million through labour market partnerships, £60,000 through the Arts Council Musical Instruments Scheme, 87 new starts for social housing, 153 co-ownership property completions, 1,738 people helped to access additional benefits worth £3.8 million through the Make the Call service, which I have protected. We've had 12 job fairs, and Sport NI have supported many clubs, including the Northern Ireland Karate Club and Warringstown Cricket Club, and in addition we have supported 10,010 pensioners through the £100 winter fuel support payment.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Dodds for supplementary.
Thank you. And thank you, Minister. It's good to hear of a record of a DUP Minister delivering for people across all of our constituencies. And I notice the laughter and the mocking from the SDLP, who do not have a representative at all in Upper Bann. Minister, what are your plans for further delivery?
Thank you, Minister.
I look forward to continuing to be able to deliver for Upper Bann and for right across Northern Ireland. Of course, the SDLP, they're laughing, as along with the Alliance Party as well. I remember the Leader of the Opposition coming to this House, asking me when I was going to publish my housing supply strategy. I published it 6 months before. Other members of the SDLP asked when TO were going to publish their integration strategy. It had already been published. Mr McCrossan also came to the House in relation to the A5, telling everyone that the vesting orders for the A5 still stood whenever they had actually been quashed by the High Court judgments. The SLP get it wrong again and again and again. I'm happy to deliver, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I will be delivering more that will benefit people in Upper Bann. The Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund will come forward, which can help organisations in her constituency. More money for your school, your club, the budget going from £500,000 to £3 million this year. We'll be bringing forward a fuel poverty strategy, helping her constituents, and a significant investment in new employability programme, antisocial behaviour legislation that is bringing forward, cracking down further on fraud and error, and of course we've delivered, announced anyway, the Olympic Legacy Fund, which will deliver in her constituency as well. So I'm more than happy to stand by my record of achievement and stand over the things that will actually make a difference. And the SDLP and the Alliance can scoff, but these are measures which have and will continue to make a real difference in the lives of people in Upper Bann and right across Northern Ireland.
I call Doug Beattie for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister. That rolled off your tongue wonderfully, I have to say. It wasn't like you prepared it at all. I'm going to raise it again. Historical Environments Division, Knock-IV. Are you looking at this, or is it dead in the water? Because the Council needs to move.
Well, Principal Deputy Speaker, we can only take responsibility for what is within our gift and within our responsibility, and decisions were made by the Council, and those decisions stand. I'm always happy to meet and to see what alternative pathways there are forward, but obviously I have to operate within the law. But if there's anything further that we can do, I'm happy to do that, because I understand the public concern that exists.
Sinead McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, that's a new one for us here. You answered the member for Upper Bann by directing your reply to the SDLP. It's a bit strange, but anyway, you're the Minister. Minister, how can you ensure regional fairness and balance in investment decisions within your department, or have you not adopted that policy priority within the Department for Communities? And what measures do you make when you're making investment decisions?
Minister.
Well, yes, I will refer to the SDLP when they scoff and laugh at what it is that we have been able to deliver through this department, and I'm going to keep on delivering.
Time, and people think it's a bit of crack. It's actually not. There are people waiting here on answers. So could we all, including the Minister, address your responses to the questions that are asked and keep the political nonsense for afterwards? And that includes everybody. Go ahead.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm here to deliver on behalf of all communities in Northern Ireland, and I have delivered in her constituency as well, and I look forward to more announcements that we're going to be able to make very shortly about how we are investing. Of course, we do look at regional balance. It is taken into consideration in the decisions that we make as well, depending upon the process that is already in place. But we have delivered. We've delivered in terms of public realm scheme, in terms of the Harbour Square development. She's shaking her head, but it is the truth that we are delivering. We are getting on with that. I of course want to do more. I want to do more, and I wish we had the funds to do more. But I can assure the member that we will treat everybody equally and make sure that we share the benefits of the things that we're able to do right across Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Ministers. Questions 6 and 7 have been withdrawn. I call Alan Robinson for question 8.
Principal Deputy Speaker.
Alan. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, my department has developed proposals which will ensure that social landlords have appropriate powers to deal with antisocial behaviour. I've brought forward a paper for the Executive's consideration outlining proposals to amend legislation, specifically injunctions against unacceptable behaviour, grounds for possession and changes to eligibility for social housing and full-duty homelessness status where there has been unacceptable behaviour.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that response. I'm sure, like me, he is frustrated at good people and good tenants being terrorised by bad people and bad tenants. So today his announcement is very important, but can the Minister indicate when these issues that he refers to will be brought to the floor of the House?
Yes, absolutely, and I think any public representative that's in touch with their communities at all will get these complaints coming through of that small number of people that are making life exceptionally difficult for others, and it's time that we use the powers that are available to us and give more powers if necessary. So I want this bill to be introduced in early 2026. I need executive approval, and I hope that the First Minister will allow that to go on to the agenda, and that other executive ministers will give me support. At that stage, I can bring it to the floor of this House.
Thank you, Minister. I call Keir Ferguson for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Minister what contact he's had with other departments? I'm specifically thinking of Department of Education and our youth workers, and then obviously yourselves through Community Development and likewise Department of Justice, about increasing and improving diversionary activity in those hotspot troubled areas within our estates. Thank you.
Minister.
There are other areas within my department that help to take forward that sort of work, and I welcome that. Of course, with the particular policy proposals that we're talking about right now, that will have gone to all executive ministers for their comment, and I look forward to hearing from them if they haven't done so already.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andrew McMurray for supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I was just wondering if you've had any discussions with the PSNI on data sharing with all social housing providers.
Minister.
Yes, discussions have been ongoing. Of course, there was a consultation around this jointly with the Department for Justice as well, and we will look at all avenues that are open to us to make sure that we can tackle the scourge of antisocial behaviour, which is causing exceptional difficulties for many, many people.
Thank you, Minister. Call Justin McNulty for supplementary.
Minister, my office and others are experiencing a worrying trend whereby unresolved antisocial behaviour is driving families to request transfers, displacing families and adding further pressure to the housing waiting list. Families who have been placed often in what they've described as their dream homes.
Question.
What are you doing to address this issue, and what engagement has your department had with the Housing Executive to ensure transfer requests for this reason are recorded as reportable category in the housing management system?
Minister.
That's exactly why I'm wanting to bring forward this legislation, so that we do have additional power so that this can be dealt with, because the people that should be moved are those that are causing problems, not those that are affected by them.
Question 9 has been withdrawn. Questions 10 and 12 are grouped. I call Patsy McGlone. Minister.
The public consultation went live on the DFC website on the 17th of June and closed on the 19th of September. We are currently analysing and considering all responses received throughout the consultation process, and I will share the outcome of this analysis with my executive colleagues, and we will take forward any further development as appropriate before finalising the strategy. I am of course committed to ensuring that a long-term strategic approach is taken at both a departmental and executive level to deliver on my department's housing and anti-poverty priorities.
Minister, I call Patsy McGlone for supplementary.
Minister, thank you for that. Long term, I hope. It is certainly long delayed. Do you feel yourself that this will be sufficiently ambitious to meet the needs and the difficulties that many in our community are currently having to live with?
Yes, I think it is ambitious, and we set that out within the strategy. Of course, it will be followed by action plans. It's going to be agile because it's going to be a 10-year plan, and we want to make sure that it can deal with other issues as they arise as well. But I'm committed to making sure that we have something in place that's deliverable and effective, and ultimately will actually make a change in people's lives here.
Call Colin Gildernew for supplementary.
To thank the Minister. And Minister, given the many voices from the sector expressing serious concerns that the draft strategy is not fit for purpose in terms of tackling poverty, will the Minister commit to working with his partners in the anti-poverty co-design group to significantly strengthen the strategy into something which will make a lasting impact?
Thank you. Minister.
Well, of course, the consultation process is there for a reason, to hear views, and we will take on board all of those that have made comment in relation to the draft anti-poverty strategy. But ultimately, I will need to get approval from the executive. The executive signed off on the draft strategy. All members of the executive were asked to contribute their ideas, what they wanted in it. So the executive had allowed this to go forward for consultation. I want to make sure that it has everything in it that it needs to have, but I think even more importantly, we need to make sure that the action plans have what is required as well. But it will be up to executive colleagues to decide whether they want to change it and whether they're willing to put in some of the other measures that may be suggested. As for me, I'm more than open to any of those that come forward that we can actually deliver.
When McAllister's not in her place, I move to Doug Beattie.
11, please.
Minister.
Private developers can use vacant housing executive land to develop social housing, but only in collaboration with a registered housing association. Housing executive land has featured in the development programme with 31 units developed by associations in collaboration with private contractors on housing executive land last year. I would encourage any interested private developer to contact our housing associations and/or the housing executive.
Thank you, Doug. You've less than a minute for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Mr. Legahori in Craigavon has got footpaths, street lighting, sewerage, entrance and exit roads, but not a single house. Would the Minister encourage the housing executive to give that land to developers so they can develop housing on that?
30 seconds, Minister.
I'm certainly happy to look at the individual development which he is talking about. I don't know enough about it to make comment at this minute, but yeah, I'm happy to chase that up.
Listed questions. I will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Mark Durkin.
Last week, when I asked the Minister if he would publish in full the options and advice he'd received from officials before he decided that the North West would get nothing from the Northern Ireland Football Fund, he decided that attack was the best form of defence and didn't really answer the question. Can he answer it now?
I'm not quite sure, I didn't quite pick up what he said there at the start, but in terms of releasing the information, I am happy to consider doing that. It wouldn't be what we normally do, simply because of the process and the names involved and the rankings and the clubs and where they would be, and out of respect to them we wouldn't normally do this. However, some have questioned the process so much, some have tried to inject uncertainty into that process as well, that it may be necessary for us to do that. I will be taking advice on that and we will see where that goes, but let me be clear, I will robustly defend the process that was put in place. I will robustly defend my officials against some of the slurs that have been directed towards them, and also the clubs which have also been called into question, those that were successful. But I'm happy to return to this issue.
Thank you, Minister. Mark, I couldn't hear at the start either. Could you speak up? Cormac?
Well, I certainly didn't slur any officials, nor did I slur any clubs. Obviously, any and all clubs that were unsuccessful will be unhappy, but there is a common consensus across all clubs and across all communities that Institute and Ards have been particularly hard done by this process. What plans are there, Minister, to help those homeless clubs?
I fully recognise and understand the concern that those involved with those two particular clubs face, and I do recognise the concern that has been expressed. From my point of view, we had put through the process that's currently in place, and there was obviously a different marking scheme for those that did not have their own club when it came to footballing need. But I will meet with those clubs. I'll be meeting with them shortly. We will look at options, we'll talk about the future, but ultimately it would be great that if we could get more investment in football so that more clubs can be taken forward, and that's certainly something that I will be calling for, and I hope to be able to talk to executive colleagues about that, because football is now £50 million behind in terms of fairness, but I also want to look at other sources of finance, including financial transactions capital.
Thank you, Minister. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, with the shortage of building private and social homes, can the Minister give us an update where he would be with regard to the housing executive, in particular with regard to their powers to borrow against their asset to maybe expedite the amount of houses we need built?
Minister?
Yes, absolutely. This is something that I've been working on since I came into office. I believe it's critical for us to be able to build more homes, but importantly to also preserve the stock that we do have, because of the lack of investment. There is a problem. I have written to the Department of Finance following an engagement I had with the Secretary of State in the last couple of weeks. I want to get everybody in the room, round the table, so that we can finally work out what it is that the Treasury, that DOF, that ourselves, that the Northern Ireland Office need to do in order to get this going, because we need it to happen. It should be a priority for the government, certainly a priority for me.
Thank you, Robbie Butler, for supplementary, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Welcome the Minister's answer, and I can assure him of the Ulster Unionist Party's support if he does indeed bring that forward. So that's the new stock. But with regard to the existing stock, I've explained before there are significant problems with maintenance and quality of maintenance and access to maintenance of some of those properties. Can the Minister give us an update in regard to any works that he has undertaken in that space?
Minister.
Well, of course, this is an area of concern, and I'll frequently have representations from constituents and from colleagues around this House about housing executive maintenance. I want to make sure that we can have people living in the homes that they want to live in, and to the standard that they want as well. Some of these issues will be addressed through the fuel poverty strategy as well, but ultimately we need more investment, and the easiest way for that investment to come is through the borrowing powers that the housing executives so desperately need. And I would encourage everybody in this House to get behind that call so that we can make a real difference. And I think it's one of the most important things that we could do if we can achieve that in this Assembly mandate.
Thank you, Minister. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, can we get an update on when we will see the Disability and Work Strategy?
Minister.
I will be looking forward to launching that within the coming days.
Kelly Armstrong for supplementary.
Glad to hear that, Minister. When will we find out those third-party organisations that deliver the programmes to support people with disabilities in work, when their funding may well be available, and how long that will be for?
Minister.
Well, obviously in terms of the strategy, this will be going out to consultation first, and we look forward to that happening, get the feedback before decisions are made after that.
Thank you, Minister. I call John Burrows.
Deputy Speaker, I know we didn't get to Mr Frew's question. We share a constituency. Could the Minister outline what he has done to deliver for the constituents of Northampton?
I'm more than happy to do that. Of course, we were able to deliver the winter fuel support in Northampton, and over 10,700 people were impacted there as well. But I'm pleased that I was able to push forward the match funding for Bushmills Courthouse, 1.37 million for voluntary and community organisations, 1.5 million for Ballymoney Public Realm Scheme, 600,000 for the Ballymoney scheme, 118,000 for the Shopfront scheme, 525,000 for the COVID Recovery Small Settlement scheme. Ballymoney Library refurbishment, over £1 million for labour market partnerships, the regeneration of St Patrick's, £93,000 for the Arts Council Musical Instruments scheme, 116 new jobs through the expansion of services with the Department for Work and Pensions. We also delivered Northern Ireland's first cultural World Heritage Site at Grace Hill. A lot of work went into that, but a great benefit, not just for his constituency, but for Northern Ireland. And 1,392 people were helped to access additional benefits of £3.1 million through the Make the Call service.
Minister John Burrows for supplementary.
Deputy Speaker, and they are all good things, and we do welcome them, and we will support the Minister when he does positive things. There are areas in my constituency where it feels that isn't trickling down and isn't being felt, and I was in two of them in particular, Drumtara and the Queen Street area. They would like to invite the Minister to come and have a walk through and hear from them their first-hand experiences in a very constructive way about things they think could be done better in their constituency. Would he come up and visit my constituents?
Minister.
To go to Northampton at any stage, and I look forward to that visit. I think it is important to highlight what we have been able to achieve. I see some people were shaking their heads and tutting when I was listing the achievements that we have had in the department, but I think it is important to note that we are making a difference. We are making changes. There are things that are happening that otherwise would not have happened if we were not in post, and I am proud of the things that we have been able to achieve, but I believe there is far more that needs to be done. He mentions particular areas there, and that is something that perhaps the Shaping Sustainable Places pilot will be able to, or programme will be able to deliver as well. So let's deliver what we can. Let's show people that we are getting things done, but let's also identify other problems that exist. Let's work together to see what we need to do to tackle those as well.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, in my constituency, we are very privileged to have the Tollymore National Outdoor Centre, and sadly, earlier this year, following Storm Éowyn, it was closed, and then later in the year, we heard that it is subject to a strategic review. Minister, could you give us an update on what is happening with that?
Minister.
Yes, the member will be aware of what happened in regards to Tollymore and the damage that was done. Sport NI have advised that the running costs of the facility have steadily increased in recent years, and income has declined, so the current operating model is financially unsustainable. The review is now underway in line with managing public money NI principles, and it will be expected to examine the value for money of continued operations given the significant losses associated with maintaining the facility. I'm keen that this review is completed without delay and a decision can be made on the future of the centre.
Thank you, Minister. Dan Forsyth for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker and Minister. Thank you for that update. And this centre is the only one of its kind on this island, and we're very privileged to have it in Northern Ireland and in my constituency. Would the Minister agree with me, having the opportunity to have these different types of activities like rock climbing, hill walking, canoe and kayak, and right in the heart of the Mourne Mountains is a really unique opportunity, and it would be great to see it be sustained as best as we can?
Minister.
I fully appreciate that and understand that, and recognise the member's passion for the centre as well, and that's why Sport NI is undertaking extensive engagement with stakeholders to determine what the most appropriate way forward is, because we do want to see a way forward for it. We want to make sure that we have that in place, and I've asked that they keep me updated on that so that we can keep people informed, because I know it is an issue of importance not only to people in South Down but to many other users right across Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call Padraig Delargy.
Minister, there's real anger and frustration in Derry that Derry City have been left out of the football fund. What assurances can you give that clubs like Derry City in the North West will not be left out of that again, and that they can access investment in the future?
Thank you, Minister.
They absolutely can access that investment in the future. We have a competitive process in place that has been done, I think, in the right and appropriate way, but I understand there are always going to be winners in this process, and there are going to be those that did not progress at this stage. I hope that we can get to a position where we do get additional finance available so that we can progress more clubs, but I want everyone to be assured that I want everybody to get through this process. I want everybody to have their needs met, and I work hard to make sure that I do everything I can to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Minister. Padraig Delargy for supplementary.
Can you outline your rationale as to why only 2 Tier 3 clubs have been selected to go forward in this part of the process?
Thank you, Minister.
Obviously, we had a limited pot of funding available, and even with over-planning, that limited the number of projects that could go through. I wanted to make sure that we spend the money. That was first and foremost what I wanted to ensure, and I wanted to have a mixture from those different tiers, Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3. The further we went down on Tier 3, obviously that would have had a huge impact on the other 2 tiers because of the amounts of money that we're talking about. But the solution to this is not to be taken from one to the other. The solution is to get more funding in place.
Thank you, Minister. I call Peter Martin.
Principal Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Minister if he has any plans to review the list of sporting bodies recognised by Sport NI with a view to adding some more sports?
Minister.
Happy to review sporting bodies at any time. I want to make sure that everyone has the equal opportunity to compete. I don't want any sport to be left out, and I'll happily raise this on his and his constituents' behalf, but perhaps he could give me a little bit more information if he wants me to take something forward.
Thank you, Minister. Peter Martin for supplementary.
I want to thank the Minister for his answer. One of my younger constituents, Charlie Wall, has been selected to represent the toxic hockey in under-12s inline hockey in Barcelona. Charlie is the only person from Northern Ireland to have been selected. Inline hockey is not recognised by Sport NI, and Charlie's participation is entirely self-funded. Can I ask the Minister if he would have a look at this case for me?
Minister.
Well, first of all, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the whole House will join me in congratulating Charlie on his success and wish him all the best for the event. The Olympic Legacy Fund was designed to help sports, some of those perhaps that don't always get the merit or the attention that they deserve, but I'm more than happy to raise the specific issue of this sport with the Chief Executive and other staff within Sport NI, and if he could furnish me with more details, I'd be happy to take that up on his behalf.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andy Allen.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister refers to the Olympic Legacy Fund, and indeed I also think of the Community Infrastructure Fund. Can the Minister advise, in light of these announcements and previous ones, what funding he has available at his disposal for future announcements?
Minister.
Well, there have been quite a few announcements that have been made and funding allocated, and there's not much more that we're going to be able to do in this financial year. But I always want to make sure we make the best use of the funds that we have. We're bringing forward the Olympic Legacy Fund, we're bringing forward the Community Infrastructure Fund, because those are the things that people said that they wanted, those smaller level of investment in their community. And we'll certainly look at the budget moving forward to see whether more resource needs to be allocated to those or indeed any other schemes.
Thank you, Minister. Andy Allen for supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And the Minister rightly alludes to what people want us to be bringing forward. And another area I think of, and indeed declare an interest as a disabled person myself, is access within society. And I know the Community Infrastructure Fund, for example, will improve community access. But can the Minister advise if he has anything under active consideration for improving accessibility access right across Northern Ireland?
Minister, you have 30 seconds.
Well, I will obviously be including those issues within the schemes that I am bringing forward. You'll have seen that in the Northern Ireland Football Fund and the scoring mechanism that are in place for other funds as well. But I would point the member towards the disability strategy, which I'll be bringing forward very, very soon, which will address many of the issues which he has raised.
Perfect, thank you. That ends questions to the Minister for Communities. Would members please take their ease?
Ladies and gentlemen, next item of business is a motion on health and social care 2025-26 pay awards. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly reaffirms its commitment to the core principle of pay parity for our health workers, welcomes the Minister of Health's prompt confirmation that, with executive support, he was committed to delivering the 2025-26 pay award in line with the NHS pay review body recommendations, accepts that even with the significant levels of savings being generated across the health service, the delivery of the 25-26 pay award requires broader executive support and assistance, expresses deep regret that despite being over halfway through the financial year and pay increases already implemented elsewhere across the UK, our health and social care workers are still waiting to receive their pay increase, recognises that unless this decision is taken imminently, Northern Ireland is rapidly facing the prospect of significant industrial action which would exacerbate the challenges already facing our health service and undermine the critical programme for government target of reducing waiting lists, and calls on the Executive to urgently consider and approve the outstanding ministerial direction request from the Minister of Health for the implementation of the 2025-26 pay award to the health and social care workforce.
Thank you. I call on Robbie Butler to move the motion. Robbie.
So moved, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Robbie, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all declare a bit of an interest, because Nurse Butler and Nurse Hancock, my wife and my daughter, are nurses, and this debate would impact on them. So today the Assembly faces a moment of truth, and we have been here before, and we have to be absolutely clear. This isn't just a debate about pounds and pence or figures on a spreadsheet. This is about people. It's about fairness, and it's about the trust between those who serve us and those of us who are meant to serve them. The motion before us, as has been read out, seems pretty straightforward. It reaffirms something that we should never actually have to debate, and that is our health workers deserve pay parity. Just like they did in January 2020 and just like they did in February 2024. On the restoration of the institutions last year, many promises were given, with health staff rightly at the very top of that list. Within days of the Assembly returning, Minister Swan as the then Health Minister, was able to present a deal that saw pay parity restored. And when Minister Nesbitt took up the post, he was absolutely clear. He wanted the 24-25 pay award delivered as quickly as possible. And through persistence and an innovative but successful approach, he made sure staff got the increase that they deserved. But, and this is important, he also said he wanted it to be the last time that health workers were left waiting so late in the year before knowing if they were going to achieve parity, and that previous commitments would be honoured. Every party here nodded along in agreement. And yet, here we are again. Over 6 months into the new financial year, and our health and social care workers are still waiting for their increase, whilst their colleagues in England, Scotland and Wales have already received theirs. So that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure most of us will agree is unacceptable. And I want to pause here because this is about more than just the money. And I know that some of you will find this a shock, but I used to work in the fire service. I know that'll be a secret to some of you. But I want to use it again as an illustration to demonstrate that I genuinely do know what it's like to go in and sacrifice more than your time. It's the risks that you put yourself into, the risky situations, putting yourself into a shift where you don't know what's coming, and knowing that your community depends on you. And that is what our health and social care staff do every day. That is what our nurses, our doctors, our paramedics, our porters, our cleaners, our admin staff, our AHPs, they don't clock in for the money, though fair pay matters. They do it because they actually care, because they want to serve, and because they believe in what they do. But here is the reality. They are serving in environments that are already stretched to breaking point. Wards are short-staffed, colleagues cover double shifts, patients are waiting longer than ever, staff going home physically and emotionally exhausted. And when on top of that they feel undervalued, when promises of parity are made but not delivered, it doesn't just dent morale, it drives staff away, it makes recruitment harder, it weakens the entire health system. So let's be honest, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not a new problem. It was not that long ago that Northern Ireland witnessed health workers for the first time in their history take to the picket lines. They stood in the cold with placards in hand, not because they wanted to be there, but because they felt they had no choice. Patients waiting at home didn't blame the staff, they blamed the politicians, and rightly so. Those strikes were a collective demand to be heard when every other avenue had failed them. Colleagues, we cannot and must not allow health workers to be forced into that position again, because the cost of that failure isn't just borne by the workforce, it's borne by every patient waiting for treatment, every family desperate for care, every community depending on the system to function. And yet, here we are again. In England and Scotland and Wales, pay awards have been implemented, but here in Northern Ireland, sadly, they remain stalled. Every week of delay makes industrial action more likely. Every week of delay erodes trust in this Assembly, and the workforce depends on us moving. So let's not kid ourselves. Until the Executive acts soon, industrial action will come. And when it does, it will be massive. And I really fear the damage it will inflict on the programme for government target, particularly in and around waiting lists. And I know some of you will point out the scale of the savings that the Department of Health have already made, and if you're not going to point it out, I certainly will. The Minister has said himself that the savings that he has actually managed to achieve this year are unprecedented, but even that, with all that it is, a gap remains, and around £200 million of that relates to pay. But this is not a problem the Department of Health can fix on its own. This requires collective executive responsibility, and it requires us to step up. Because failure to act will not be measured in abstract numbers, it will be measured in pickets at hospital gates, in exhausted staff leaving the service, in waiting lists that grow even longer. And Mr Speaker, every party in this chamber has stood on a platform promising to deliver for our health workers. We clapped for them during the pandemic, we praised them in speeches, we wrote in manifestos that their work would be recognised and rewarded, but promises mean nothing without delivery. So if we allow health workers in Northern Ireland to fall behind their counterparts elsewhere, then we will have broken faith. Not only with them, but with the people who trusted us to stand by them. So I'm not surprised that the trade unions are growing impatient. Truth be told, as an MLA and married to a nurse, I'm also losing patience. Because this issue is too serious to be trapped in political wrangling, and unless my colleague Minister Nesbitt's request for ministerial direction is approved soon, we risk plunging into a winter of discontent in our health service. And behind every cancelled procedure or missed opportunity will be a human story. A patient in pain, a family left waiting, a child needing assessment. Industrial action on this scale is not just inconvenient, it would be devastating. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this Assembly has a simple but profound choice. We can now either allow delay, drift and division to drive our health workers out onto picket lines, or we can send a clear message, a united message, that this Assembly gets it. As someone who has worn a uniform, who has stood in the front line, who knows the weight of public service, and actually had to take strike action at one point, I say this with conviction: fair pay is not optional, it's essential. Our health workers have carried us through crisis after crisis, and they do not deserve to carry the burden of political inaction as well. So let's do the right thing. Let's honour our word. Let's give our health workforce the certainty and parity they deserve. I commend the motion to the House.
Yeah.
Thank you. I call on Jerry Carroll to move the amendment.
Speaker.
Thank you. Yeah, that's better. Jerry, you will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Jerry, please open the debate on the amendment.
Deputy Speaker, it's worth reminding ourselves, Deputy Speaker, that healthcare workers in the north are among the most lowest paid across the entire public and private sector. NIPSA reports that the NHS here is the only, and I repeat, the only public sector employer paying below the real living wage for its lowest paid staff. Ambulance service workers in Unite and NIPSA, Deputy Speaker, have been engaged in industrial action for better conditions and safe staffing for almost 3 years now. Poor pay is a major driver of the staffing crisis in the NHS. Both are connected. And shamefully, Deputy Speaker, this is the third year in a row that pay parity has been broken. The third year in a row that health and social care workers have been put in this unacceptable position. Over the past 2 years, uplifts were paid in instalments, with the final instalments being paid at the very end of the financial year. A non-consolidated lump sum for 23-24 was paid in August 2024, 6 months after the end of the financial year. So it's worth asking, Deputy Speaker, what's the excuse this time? The Executive has been up and running since February 2024. There's been plenty of time to prepare and find the money to make sure the shambles didn't happen again, yet here we are. Since 2022, Deputy Speaker, MLAs, as we've heard from executive parties, joined healthcare workers on various picket lines demanding fair pay. Yet those same MLAs and ministers are in a position to deliver pay parity now, but refuse to do so. They've fallen silent, or they're pointing the finger at others. All the rhetoric about joint up working and delivery has gone completely out the window, and it's back to doing what this executive does best: siloed working and the blame game. Achieving pay parity, Deputy Speaker, should be accounted for in every year's budget, but is not. Pay parity doesn't by itself reverse a decade of pay freezes and below inflation increases, but it's the very least our healthcare and social care workers deserve. We're talking about a very modest pay offer, Deputy Speaker, of 3.6%. This is below the rate of inflation and well below the increase accepted by NHS staff in Scotland. But failing to deliver even this paltry sum is a damning indictment of an executive that treats healthcare workers as second-class citizens and not worthy. Placing all the blame on Westminster simply won't wash this time, not when the executive is funneling money out of the NHS and into the private sector. Belfast Live, Deputy Speaker, recently reported that between 2020 and 2025, our 5 healthcare trusts spent at least £302 million on private healthcare appointments. Shocking figure. And the Health Minister plans to tackle waiting lists, includes even more reliance on the profiteering private healthcare sector. MRIs, CT scans, ultrasounds and X-rays are being outsourced to private firms, throwing good money after bad, Deputy Speaker. Treatments and surgeries in orthopaedics, dermatology, gynecology and much more are being delivered by profit-making organisations. These private providers, Deputy Speaker, are raking it in. They're profiting from the crisis in our NHS, and it's completely unacceptable. Procedures that should be done through the NHS are being outsourced. Staff who would otherwise be working in the NHS or working in private clinics, and the maths is simple. The more money this executive pours into the black hole of private healthcare, the less money there is to invest in the NHS. The executive's Underfunding of public healthcare got us into this mess in the first place. More of the same, Deputy Speaker, won't get us out of it. And relying on the private sector to tackle waiting lists is a doomed strategy for multiple reasons. Private companies with profits to boost and dividends to pay will always, Deputy Speaker, choose a private patient over NHS work because there's more money to be made from privately insured or self-paying patients. And because people who've been languishing for years on waiting lists, those who can afford it, have already opted for private treatment. So I would ask the question whether our private hospitals even have the capacity to take on further NHS patients. The private sector doesn't train its own medical staff. It poaches staff trained in the NHS instead. They rely on the NHS. They can't survive without it. Workers who would normally do extra hours in the NHS, Deputy Speaker, are paid more for straightforward procedures like cataract operations in the private sector. But this means other, more complex procedures aren't being done for the NHS. Those with more complex conditions are left languishing, and it's usually, in the most case, working class people in my own communities and elsewhere. They're languishing on waiting lists because of the proliferation of the private sector. Would these hundreds of millions of pounds not be better spent on our overworked and underpaid healthcare staff? It will cost around £200 million to honour pay parity this year, Deputy Speaker. At least £300 million has been sunk in the private health sector in the last 5 years. If we stop the nonsensical and unethical stealth privatisation of our health service and invest directly in the NHS, we could put an end to staff shortages and the workforce crisis. And finally, it is an insult, Deputy Speaker, to imply that industrial action will undermine waiting list initiatives and exacerbate the healthcare crisis. Health and social care workers are being forced to pay for a crisis of the system, one handed down from Westminster and implemented by Stormont. And it looks like these workers will soon be striking, just like they have done repeatedly since 2019, to save the NHS. They'll be striking for better, safer services for us all, and there's no way to achieve this without investing in the workforce, including fair pay and better conditions. So I hope members in that vein will support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. And I call on Philip McGuigan. And Philip, I remind you, you've got 5 minutes.
Our health services are our most vital of public services, and they rely heavily on its greatest asset, which is its staff. The safety of staff and patients alike is being compromised as a result of staff shortages. There is a huge hole in health and social care services as a result of pay issues which are affecting recruitment and retention of staff. I see and hear this firsthand from nurses within my own constituency of North Antrim. Nurses, who are the largest group within the health service, now feel that the only way forward to deal with their well-documented grievances is to take industrial action. That is unprecedented. The Royal College of Nursing have my full personal support. Lascan Collier, that was me speaking back in 2019 when I spoke in support of nurses then and healthcare workers as they were about to go on strike because of pay and conditions. And standing here today, I am equally as frustrated, though certainly not as frustrated as nurses and healthcare workers are, that we have reached the position that once again nurses feel that with regard to pay they have no option left other than potential strike action. So as in 2019, I absolutely support the commitment to the core principle of pay parity for health and social care workers across the North. Nurses and all healthcare workers should not be in the position again of having to consider strike action to get the pay award that they are entitled to. I have met recently with the RCN and the BMA and other health unions, and I'm well aware of the depth of their resolve and the determination on behalf of their members. Clearly, they just want the issue resolved. The health service is important to us all, and as elected politicians, we should be working together to make it better for the people that we all represent, our constituents that need and rely on the service, but also working better to ensure that it's better for those who work within it. So why are we here again? I'm conscious that healthcare workers don't want to get involved in party political discussions or debates, but it is also important for me just to outline my thoughts on some of the issues before us. Because we in the north of Ireland are tied to Westminster, our public services have been underinvested in for close to 15 years. 15 years of austerity. Our executive still is not adequately resourced. Sinn Fein believe the best and long-term solution to improving our health outcomes in the north is an all-island health service within a new Ireland. But in the interim arrangements that currently exist here in the north, Sinn Fein have prioritised the issue of health. Within the executive, through the current and previous Sinn Fein finance ministers, Sinn Fein have prioritised health budgets within the available money available to the executive. As such, the Department for Health opening budget this year was $8.4 billion, $650 million higher than the 24-25 budget. Over 50% of the executive's available resources go to health. As part of the June monitoring round, the Department of Health received total allocations of $115 million. So the total budget for this year is $8.6 billion. Lascan Collier, Sinn Féin have prioritised health, but ultimately the Health Minister is the Health Minister. And even though the Health Minister isn't from my political party, I want him to succeed. We all need him to succeed. But the Health Minister, and I have some sympathy with him, as I have sympathy with all the ministers dealing with the budgets that they have, is ultimately the person that decides how the money within the overall health budget should be allocated. The Health Minister is responsible for setting and funding health priorities, including paying healthcare staff. So I'm disappointed that the Health Minister didn't prioritise pay within his budget when he received it, and has so far not resolved the issue of pay for health and social care staff. And that, as a result, we have arrived again at this position. But it is a position that we must get ourselves out of. There must be a solution to this issue. So I can assure the Health Minister that he can be certain that in his efforts to find a resolution to the issue of pay for healthcare workers, he has the full support of me as Sinn Féin's health spokesperson. And further to that, he can be assured that Sinn Féin ministers within the executive are totally committed to solving the problem. I am hopeful that an agreement can be reached to deliver the well-deserved and earned pay award, and we in Sinn Féin continue and will continue to work to make that a reality.
Thank you very much indeed, Philip. I call on Diane Dodds. Diane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I say at the outset of my short remarks, as other people have said, we owe an enormous amount of gratitude to our health care staff, our nurses, our doctors, those people who work in hospitals, who look after us, who care for us at our most vulnerable, who save lives every day, and who shore up a health service that is at breaking point. I make it my business to regularly contact and visit my local, or the largest hospital in my area at Craigavon. And recently I was there in September discussing the potential for further winter pressures and crisis. And on that day, the longest waiting time was 62 hours for someone who already had a bed, and 42 hours for someone who was waiting to be admitted, but was sitting all of that time on a chair. And there's no doubt that our healthcare staff work in the most difficult of circumstances. But you know, it's not enough for us to clap for the NHS, and it's not enough to say how much we appreciate them. They do need properly paid, and that does mean parity with the rest of the United Kingdom. And I do believe that that is the only way to acknowledge their hard work. And I'm annoyed, like many people and like many nurses, that they feel that they have to go to the extremes of either threatening or taking strike action in order to bring this matter to a head. I don't think that is acceptable for a service that is at such an important part of our community and part of our lives. And I respect and acknowledge and will uphold everyone's right to strike, but I do hope that we can find a solution to this issue, and that we can, if you just let me continue for a minute, I will, and that we can actually resolve this issue. I do think it is hugely important. And I listened with interest the Sinn Féin contribution, and I do think, and it was quite defensive, but I do think it is important that we actually have a resolution And I hope that the Finance Minister and the Health Minister can work together in order to resolve this most difficult of subjects. We shouldn't be dragging our heels on the important core services that we all depend on. I'll give way.
Would the member agree with me that this is and should be an executive priority?
Thank you. Funny enough, I was just coming on to that very point, because I do think that the Minister needs to price in pay increases at the start of every year. And I do think that that should be monitored throughout the year. It's not as if we don't know that this is going to happen and it's going to come. We do. So I do think that we need to price in those pay increases every year. We broadly know how much they'll cost, and it's important to price them in. But I do also think, and the Minister would be disappointed, I know, if I didn't say these things, but I do also need to think that we need to think in the Department of Health about how we are spending money. I mean, I can't imagine where the executive would be if every single minister issued a ministerial direction for the money that he wanted the executive to pick up. So we do have to think about how we actually spend money, and I think that that is hugely important. I had a look at the administrative costs last year for the health service. They total almost 600 million. There are now more staff in the Department of Health than when we had the Department of Health and the Health and Social Care Board. And the money that is spent on administration actually exceeds the amount that we spent when we had those two separate organisations. How on earth can the SPPG take up 500 roles in the Department of Health? So I do think it is important that we actually consider how we spend health money. And of course, Minister, it's also really important that there is accountability for the money that is spent. We have a new maternity hospital, a state-of-the-art maternity hospital. And you wrote to the Health Committee last week saying you were content with the options presented by the Trust. That means that a hospital at £100 million will have to have millions more spent on it and probably wait another 2.5 years before it's open. And before any mother or baby can occupy that hospital. The acute mental health hospital is in exactly the same position. You can't ask for more money if there isn't accountability for the money that is spent, and I look forward to hearing the discussion around that. So I do hope that we have a resolution to this most vexatious of issues. I am sad and I am angry.
Can the member draw
that
remarks
nurses,
to a close?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm sad and I'm angry that nurses are in this position.
I call on Paula Bradshaw. Paula.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is with great frustration that I rise to speak on this motion today. I am confident when I say this that I don't believe anyone in this chamber will disagree with the need to ensure that our health workers receive a proper wage for the work that they do. Indeed, it is only due to the commitment and dedication of the staff that we still have a public health service. Without their sacrifices, the long hours, the unacceptable workloads and so on, the health service would have long collapsed. The BMA put it best when it said recently that the health service cannot continue to be run on the goodwill of staff. The great irony today is that the party who has held the health portfolio for the last 6 years is the party that has brought this motion forward today. I do have some sympathy that in 2 of those years we spent without a functioning Assembly or Executive due to the political whims of one party, but the fact remains that the health service has only continued to decline during those years. The Minister claims that he does not have the budget to cover pay awards for health workers, and this motion is a clear attempt from his party to shift the blame. So when will the Minister accept that this should be a matter of prioritisation for him and his officials? The Health Minister rolls out the sound bites, but not once has he provided any kind of a priority list of how he will spend his budget, which I would remind members is over half of the overall budget for the Executive.
Not once has the Minister taken responsibility for the fact that, in reality, he could find the money for these pay awards if he wanted to, if he simply prioritised it at the beginning of the Department's budget process setting. And I think others have alluded to that today, and it's something that the BMA has also highlighted. We've said it before and we will say it again, there is no health service without a workforce. Instead, the Department continues year on year to hand a blank cheque to health trusts, allowing them to spend whatever they need at the expense of other elements of healthcare, including staff pay. I will give way.
I appreciate the member giving way. Could you explain to me how I'm supposed to set a budget that deals with the pay rises, the pay recommendations, before those pay recommendations are made? Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. The point I'm making is that you can make assumptions around how pay awards will shift with those negotiations and inflation. But yet again, our health workers have to watch on as their counterparts across... I'm nearly finished, I'll just leave it there. Counterparts across the UK receive their pay awards, while other staff who are just as dedicated, hard-working and under pressure are feeling undervalued. I will give way, I've got time, go ahead.
The member in response to the Minister said that he could have factored in an assumption, but would the member give a guarantee if the Minister were to do that, that then they wouldn't be back here criticising the Minister for making an assumption?
Well, I think the point I was making was that this should be the #1 priority, because we don't have a health service without our health workers, and that's... I'm saying that if the Minister came here with his priorities and set out how he wanted to prioritise his money and the priorities for his department, then we would support him. But he hasn't done that. Okay, thank you. So when will the Minister and his party take responsibility and action to protect our workforce and save our health service? Thank you.
Thank you. And I could remind members to make the remarks through the chair. Thank you very much indeed. Mark Durkin.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. First and foremost, I want to put on record our deep gratitude and admiration for our health heroes, the people who keep our system afloat and keep our citizens alive in the most difficult of circumstances. They are overburdened, undervalued and underpaid, yet day in, day out, they continue to provide stellar care. They deserve fair pay, and they deserve it now. Not months after months and months of political wrangling and past the problem being played around the executive table. I had reason to visit Altony Galvin's emergency department recently, and what I witnessed was pretty chaotic. There was a team stretched to breaking point. You had queues down corridors, staff under immense strain and pressure, and yet their professionalism and their compassion shone through, and that chaos is their daily and nightly reality. The humanity that they bring to a system that otherwise feels that it isn't just creaking at the seams, it's cracking down the middle. The comfort that they bring to patients and families during their darkest days is invaluable. But I'm acutely aware that our gratitude is not enough. If it was, our health service wouldn't be losing staff to burnout or better paid jobs elsewhere, be it in the private sector or in other jurisdictions. Staff need fair pay and respect that's reflected not just in rhetoric, but in their pay packets and their purses and wallets. They're the backbone of society, and it's a disgrace that the executive continues to delay funding for this crucial and critical pay award. I also want to raise another issue, because when these increases invariably do arrive, and they've been delayed and delayed and delayed, the way in which payments are made impact those lowest paid staff who are on universal credit. So too many of our lowest paid staff will see any additional award that they get in a lump sum clawed back almost pound for pound through the universal credit system. Money given with one hand, eventually. They don't delay taking it back quite so long, however. If we truly value these workers, we cannot allow that to happen. And I'd urge the Minister to work with colleagues to engage directly with trade unions and, crucially, to engage with the Communities Minister. There must be a way to ensure that this pay award could be delivered in instalments or in a manner that prevents it from being swallowed up in universal credit calculations. Otherwise, and this has happened before, some staff will see no benefit of the increase when it eventually arrives. Our health and social care system is only as strong as the people who staff it. We're losing nurses, we're losing specialists, we're losing porters to burnout and to significantly better pay opportunities elsewhere, no longer just to Liverpool or London, but a couple of miles down the road to Letterkenny. If we're serious about rebuilding the health service, about tackling waiting lists, about improving patient care, then we must start by valuing our staff. Fair play isn't a luxury, it's the foundation on which the health service stands. Let's ensure the staff who give us everything, the lifesavers, the caregivers, are finally given what they deserve in return. They aren't demanding the impossible. They're asking for a pay packet that helps them keep the lights on, a roof over their head, and food on the table for their children. Today's ask isn't optional, as Mr. Butler said. It's long overdue. But if it doesn't come, if our health workers are left with no option but to strike, the executive parties who couldn't, or the executive parties who wouldn't prioritise this pay increase, daren't land to pose for pictures with placards on the picket lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I call Orla Flynn. Orla.
And I also raised to support this motion today and to restate our unwavering commitment to pay parity for health and social care staff. As outlined by the previous speaker and many others, we know that our health workers are the backbone of the system, and we've all had our own personal experience of being through the health system, sure, our family members, people around us, our constituents and our constituency offices. It is the life and breath of our public system every single day with these people, nurses, doctors, what they're doing within our health system, and it's not right that we've got to this point again where people are feeling the strain and feeling the strain and stress of possibly having to go back out onto picket lines, and I don't think any of us want to see our healthcare workers put into that position. So they are the ones that are caring for patients, as Margaret says, are often in very difficult circumstances, day in, day out, working long hours, high workloads, and sometimes, in fact, a lot of times, probably doing it under significant personal risk. They deserve decent, fair pay, safe working conditions, and the recognition of a system that values their contribution. And we owe them nothing less. The NHS pay review body recommended that 3.6% rise for Agenda for Change staff in 25-26. And as we know, it includes nurses, midwives, ambulance staff, porters, cleaners and health visitors, the full spectrum of staff who ensure that our health service operates safely and effectively. And we know that the recommendation has already been implemented elsewhere in England, Scotland and Wales. Yet here in the north, our workers are still waiting for what is rightfully theirs. And I don't think anyone is going to stand in the chamber and say that the delay is fair or that it's acceptable. And I think that we know that it's sending the wrong message about how we value our workforce and our health system. But also importantly, what has been said, that ultimately the responsibility for delivering this pay award does lay and sit with the Department of Health as the lead department. But I would also like to say that it's important that any level of engagement takes place whether it's with the Department of Finance or other executive departments. I do think that everyone needs to come together on whatever level just to simply find a resolution and to get this issue solved. That's just what needs to be done. And I know Paula had mentioned earlier around the Health Minister's responsibility, which is important and no doubt difficult, but around his own prioritisation or around where his money goes, albeit stretched as budget is. It's important to have that priority set out, but it's also important that at the end of the day we don't want people back out in picket lines, and we'll have to do whatever needs to be done to try and fulfil these pay awards. So it's just to say that I don't think anyone thinks that this staff not receiving their pay is an option, and nobody wants to see any further delays. We know that every single day that passes where staff are feeling this strain around their pay without a resolution, it's going to erode confidence. And it's going to undermine morale, and that's not what these workers need whenever they're working in this environment where they're helping people in terms of their physical and mental health. And then just finally, the point that Mark made as well around the later the pay award comes, the pressure that puts on people who are in receipt of benefits and universal credit. And I think we need to bear that in mind too. If hopefully we get the payments over the line ASAP, but then we'll have to factor in if it's going to impact where people are missing out because they're on universal credit, what mitigations can be discussed or put in place to try and protect those people to make sure that they're essentially receiving the fair pay that they deserve. Gormy, I'll go.
Very much, Colin. Alan Robinson. Alan.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We often hear, both in this House and at committee, that without the dedication of our health workforce, we just simply wouldn't have a health service. We often hear that our health care staff are the spine of the system that sustains our health and social care, whether they be nurses, who also need progression pathway, care assistants, therapists, porters and countless others who day in, day out dedicate themselves to the well-being of others. They are people, many of whom we all know locally, who work under really seriously challenging circumstances, and all of us in this House have seen it firsthand. These people are just worked to the bone. In some cases, their goodwill is what is keeping some sectors of the health service from total collapse. Yet, despite all their sacrifices, fair pay becomes a frequent annual fight. I want to put on record that the DUP supports the principle of pay parity, and we want staff here recognised, just like their counterparts on mainland GB. Everyone in this chamber know the challenges facing the health and social care sector in Northern Ireland are enormous. The pressure on hospitals, the growing waiting lists, and the impact on the mental and physical well-being of our workforce should keep us awake at night. I have family in the health sector, and I know the stress and the pressures that they face too. But even amidst the financial challenges upon the wider public services, there is public recognition of the need to respect and reward the workers who keep our health service afloat. As winter approaches and the annual additional pressures that come with it, this province is staring at an added catastrophic pressure of health service staff being on a picket line in November. The Health Minister must try to avoid such action. We can all point to the overspend such as the Belfast Maternity and Children's Hospitals, money that could have been spent elsewhere. Staff should therefore not be the fall guy for money that has been lost elsewhere in the system. Can I end by saying that there are pressures, many mounting pressures, on the Executive? We must also recognise that the SEN reform agenda needs to be supported by the Executive too. Money spent on SEN and the money spent on health service pay are investments that can't and should not be avoided. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Alan Chambers. Alan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is shameful that 6 months into the current financial year, our health and social care workers are the only group in the health sector in the United Kingdom who are still waiting on receiving the nationally agreed pay settlements. We talk about the importance of staff retention, but if ever there was a recipe for health workers taking their skills to another jurisdiction, then this current situation is it. I've said in this chamber many times that our health and social care system has been sustained for years by the loyalty of the staff and delivered with freely given huge helpings of goodwill. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, goodwill cannot be depended on forever. Goodwill does not put food on the table. It does not pay the mortgage, nor fund children's education journey. It is the figure on the pay slip that deals with these financial demands we all have to address. How can we as politicians allow this serious breach of wage commitment to continue for a minute longer into the current financial year? The settlement that our health and social care workers are waiting on was not a result of some bullish and outlandish salary demands, but rather the result of a national and independent assessment. We're hearing about the potential of a full strike by our nurses. Just imagine the impact that will have on the operation of hospitals. The frontline heroes who we stood on our doorsteps clapping in gratitude for their selfless service during the COVID epidemic would not have 1 ounce of desire, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to walk out on their patients at this time. It goes against every fibre of their dedication to care for the sick and help make them well again. Why are we allowing this to happen? Why are we putting our health and social care staff into a corner where they are left with no alternative to secure what they are fully entitled to? I have previously stood on the picket line with our nurses, and it was clear they would rather have been on the wards than standing on the streets with placards. That is not who they are. I will happily stand alongside them again if we go down the shameful road of forcing them onto the picket lines. The catastrophic consequences of strike action will not rest with them, but rather with us in this place for breaking promises that we have made. The current Health Minister, Nesbitt, and the previous Health Minister, Swan, have made their positions clear that agreed pay settlements for health and social care staff must be met in full and in a timely manner. That should be the position of every member of the Executive. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would conclude by saying that I'm disappointed this afternoon to hear on such an important issue, to hear the attempts that have been made in this chamber today at cheap political point scoring. Thank you.
Call on the Minister. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes. 15, Mike.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. With your indulgence, before I turn to the response to the debate, I want to respond to some of the remarks made by President Trump with regard to paracetamol in pregnancy and the MMR vaccine. So I can advise the MHRA, that's the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, is the responsible body for regulating all medicines here in the United Kingdom. They continuously monitor the safety of all medicines, including those used during pregnancy, and there is no evidence, I repeat, no evidence that taking paracetamol during pregnancy causes autism in children. And I note and welcome the very strong statement backing that up from Emma Cubitt, the independent autism reviewer. As to the jabs, the JCVI, the Joint Committee on Vaccinations and Immunisations, is the expert scientific advisory body in this area. They strongly support the use of the MMR vaccine. The possible links to autism and Crohn's disease have been investigated and have been proved to be wrong. So the MMR vaccine remains the most effective and safest way of protecting our children. And I hope that gives some clarity in the face of those comments from the United States. Now, as to the debate, Deputy Speaker, by way of context, 2 points, if I may. First of all, I understand every minister is facing massive challenges, and no department has the budget they require to achieve what they want to achieve. And I'm also aware that every budget for every department in some way contributes to tackling the social determinants of ill health, whether that's education, social inclusion, education, economic inactivity. So I get it. I've often said that to deliver health and social care, you need buildings, you need beds, you need equipment, you need medicine, but all that is nothing if you don't have the workforce. And every week I'm out and about meeting members of the workforce and continuously struck by the remarkable combination of professionalism and compassion. Professionalism based on training and experience, compassion based on empathy and humanity. And so why would we not want to reward them both appropriately and in a timely manner? This goes to the core principle, Deputy Speaker, of pay parity. It's a matter of principle, it's also a matter of fairness, and it's a matter of respect. So I take the issue seriously because it speaks directly to how we value the extraordinary work carried out day and daily by our health and social care staff. They deserve to be remunerated not just adequately but fairly, and because when we pay our staff fairly, we're not just balancing the books, we are affirming their value, hopefully boosting their morale and strengthening the future relationships within healthcare. We can no longer continue to remain in a situation where our staff continue to feel, quite rightly, that they're always last in line for consideration of their pay awards, well behind the other nations and regions of the United Kingdom. Timeliness, therefore, is very important. Turning briefly to the amendment from Mr. Carroll for just a moment, if I set aside a concern I have, and I have a major concern about the accuracy in terms of the quantum of the figures he was referencing, it might be helpful just to mention that the total waiting list initiative spend from April 2021 to July 2025 has been approximately £347 million, of which 248 has been spent in the independent sector. The 347 million has enabled 1,205,820 patients to receive an assessment, a diagnostic test or treatment, of which over 500,000 were managed by the independent sector. Now, of course, in an ideal world, I'd like to see all that money invested in core services and HSC. As I suspect Mr. Carroll already understands, we do not live in an ideal world. But the money going to the independent sector has undoubtedly saved and lengthened lives. And it must be quite the luxury for Mr. Carroll to live in a world of ideology, sheltered from the realities of the challenges of delivering health and social care. So moving to the main issue at hand, following approval of the final budget for 25-26, the Department of Health received, as members have said, an allocation of approximately £8.4 billion. However, after factoring in inescapable increases in inflation and demand, national living wage commitments, the ring-fencing of waiting list funding, the shortfall in employers' national insurance funding, and the pay body's recommendations, my department was facing a funding gap of over 600 million, and of that around 200 million is needed to implement a pay award, 4% for doctors and dentists, 3.6% for our Agenda for Change staff, and I have already on record, Deputy Speaker, as saying I find that differential in awards most unhelpful, and indeed I believe the Royal College of Nursing believe it is a slap in the teeth for their members. So we're working hard to deliver savings internally. 155.6 million has been identified to date, but the scale of the challenge means we cannot bridge the gap alone. It's unprecedented, and we believe it is unmanageable. The decision to ring-fence 165 million from within the existing budget for waiting lists, rather than providing it as additionality, has intensified pressure on the HSC, with a requirement to make further savings and efficiencies, which will inevitably have consequences for services. I acknowledge the Department received 25 million in non-recurrent funding through June monitoring, but the overall funding gap remains at over 400 million, excluding pay. So without additional support, trusts may be forced to propose measures with high and potentially catastrophic impacts on services with direct consequences for patients. As has been noted, I issued a ministerial direction in May requesting approval to implement the pay award. The Executive has not yet reached a position that would allow my department to proceed, but I am hopeful, and perhaps more hopeful than I was only this time last week, Deputy Speaker. The delay is regrettable. I think it sends a damaging message to our workforce that their dedication is not being matched by political will. It also places Northern Ireland at risk of significant industrial action, with formal disputes already lodged by the Royal College of Nursing, the BMA Northern Ireland Consultants Committee, and hospital dentists at the BDA in Northern Ireland. I want to acknowledge ongoing engagement with trade unions and professional bodies. Their advocacy on behalf of staff has been clear, it's been consistent, and it's deeply rooted in a desire to protect patient care, and we will continue to engage. But I want to mention a particular meeting, Deputy Speaker. After the last Executive, I happened to go straight into a meeting with the Royal College of Nursing. Its Chief Executive, Nicola Ranger, had flown in from London, and I met her along with Rita Devlin, the local director. Now, I have to say, Nicola Ranger is a very personal individual, like her a lot on a personal basis. But that meeting was scary. And Deputy Speaker, there's a lot that I see and hear and read about in terms of health and social care delivery that I could allow to scare me if I wanted. I try not to, but this was genuinely scary because our message was simple. We've had enough. This happens year on year on year, and it only happens here in Northern Ireland. So we will ballot, and it won't be for industrial action, it will be on strike action. And we're learning the lesson from the last strike action where we felt we were too soft, where we put in too many derogations and mitigations to the point where our message did not land sufficiently. So this time, no derogations, no mitigations. We will come out on strike and we will focus on Band 5 nurses who are the ones who most closely interact with patients. I was scared. I looked at the Chief Nursing Officer who was sitting beside me. She looked scared as well. And the Royal College of Nursing is now preparing to ballot its members, and again I emphasise, not on industrial action, but on strike action. The implications are just massive. We're now over halfway through the financial year. Those pay increases have already been implemented elsewhere in the UK, but our staff are still waiting. It's not just a financial issue, Deputy Speaker, it's a matter of morale, of retention and of respect. And we often talk about the goodwill of the workforce. Let us be clear, goodwill is a finite resource. Everybody has their own limit, and once you burst through that limit, I don't think there's an easy way back. So I remain committed to working with colleagues across this Assembly and within the Executive to try to deliver a fair and a timely pay award while supporting the management of our overall budget. I also welcome any engagement from the committee in helping us move forward together. If we want a world-class health service, and I do, we must treat our staff with world-class respect. And that begins with fair pay. So let us show our workforce that we value them not just in words, but in our actions. Let us not be the last to act, but the first to lead. I'll take a moment to finish, Deputy Speaker, by just commenting on a couple of specifics mentioned. Mrs Dodds talked about my reaction to the maternity hospital. Just to be very clear and put it on the record, I signed off on the Trust's preferred option to fix the water issues in this new maternity hospital after receiving independent professional advice. I didn't simply accept what was being proposed to me. Mrs Dodds, if I heard her correctly, seemed to suggest there was the same situation in the AMHIC, the Acute Mental Health Inpatient Centre at Belfast City Hospital. That is not the case. That hospital is still operational. And Mrs Bradshaw said it might be better if I was to define my priorities. I first came to this House as Health Minister on the 3rd of June 2024. And I defined my priorities: health inequalities, cancer care, waiting lists, mental health. I'm happy to repeat it, but it's simply not true to say I hadn't defined my priorities. And those remain my priorities, as well as respecting our staff. So I hope, and I am confident, much more confident than I was a week and 2 weeks ago, that we will find a solution that our workforce in health and social care deserve.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And I call on Jerry Carroll to wind on the amendment. Jerry, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll respond to some of the comments and then obviously address some of the issues and not have a chance to summarise everything, but I'm sure the closing speaker will. Philip McGuigan, the Chair of the Health Committee, I think, yeah? Yes, sorry, checking there. I referred to the RCN and supporting them in 2019 when he was our first MLA and when they took strike action then, and he sort of vowed to stand with them again if they decide and desire to take strike action, and sort of blame the issue of low pay and pay inequality on solely Westminster, where they'd obviously mentioned the fact that Stormont executives, as party colleagues, are responsible alongside other executive ministers as well, and went on to criticise the Health Minister, which it's not my job to defend the Health Minister, but obviously it's interesting there's no acting in unison or cooperation on this issue between the executive parties. Diane Dodds, Deputy Speaker, also mentioned about it being not good enough to clap or just well-wish our healthcare staff, and probably the rare occasion that I agree with the DUP on that point, on that issue, and I hope therefore the member will do the logical thing and therefore back my amendment, which joins the two issues obviously together, and back the motion as well. Mark Durgan talked about pressures on Alt McGavin and basically the fact that porters and other staff had to leave effectively to go to the south, or not just Australia as was in the past, but other regions, and particularly the south, to get paid better. And Orlea Flynn mentioned a similar issue as well. We're in a strange situation, Deputy Speaker, on this debate, where we had a debate about a very important motion, and lots of obviously reference to the motion, but aside from the Minister, not a fleeting reference to the amendments placed by myself. Now, the positive thinking in me would surmise that that shows there's obviously unanimous support for the amendment. The members have had a change of heart, and they now know the logic of what I and many other people would say, but I suspect that there's something else going on. And I'm happy to give way to anybody who wants to state their opposition to why they will not back the amendment, if that's the case. Nobody's keen to jump up. Okay, well, I hope therefore members do back the amendment rather than voting against something without explaining the logic of it. And the principle is obviously key as well, Deputy Speaker, about criticising the fact that hundreds of millions of pounds of public money, our money, taxpayers' money, is funneling a unfair and a two-tier system, and it cannot be business as usual. The Minister mentioned about quantum of figures, and he was kind of trying to throw cold water on the figures that I quoted. Minister, you may want to speak to your press team, because these are figures retrieved by the Belfast Live from your department, from your healthcare system, so you may want to speak to your own staff about if they're wrong, why they're wrong. So a bit of in-house work is probably required as well from your end. And the Minister talked about sort of idealism and hypocritical and other sort of swipes at me that I'll take, and having the luxury. Minister, I'll remind you, you and other ministers have the luxury of earning £80,000 per year, and some of our healthcare workers would only dream of earning a half or a third of that. So I'll not take any lectures from you about luxury or anybody else in this House. In terms of other points, Deputy Speaker, the Minister's department has already broken pay parity by failing to implement this year's pay recommendation once it was announced, and this is having a demoralising effect on workers, and it cannot be overstated the effect that it's having on them. They're sick and tired of being used as political pawns by this executive. Yes, we'll clap for you. Yes, we'll stand with a sign or a picket line with you, but when it comes to voting the right way, to back a proper pay for you, we'll look the other way. We'll put our heads down. Nurses are using food banks. They're homeless. Social care workers are out of pocket on travel, a disgraceful situation, and the Minister can't afford to pay our healthcare workers what they're owed, because not just him but predecessors as well have already given it to their mates in the private healthcare sector. Funneling away money from the NHS into the private sector is a recipe for disaster. I'd urge members to stop letting it happen today, and the first step in that is to back the amendment and therefore the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I call on Diane Armstrong to wind on the debate, and Diane, you've up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the motion that has been brought today, and I welcome the opportunity to wind on what is undoubtedly one of the most pressing and urgent issues facing Northern Ireland Executive at present. I know from speaking with health workers and their families across Fermanagh and South Tyrone that patience is running out. Time and again, they tell me the same thing. It is not applause they want, it is action. It's not just praise and speeches they want, it's parity in pay. And the principle of parity matters perhaps even more deeply in rural communities and rural constituencies like mine, where recruiting and retaining staff is already a challenge. We must also be honest about the consequences of inaction. If the ever-increasing prospect of industrial action is realised, patients will suffer delays, families will face uncertainty, and staff will be forced to make choices no professional should have to make between standing up for fairness and delivering care under impossible strain. This Assembly cannot allow that situation to unfold. Each of us, whatever party we are in, made commitments to value our health workers. Now is the time to show those commitments were not hollow words, but promises we intend to keep. Our health workers in Northern Ireland do the same job as their counterparts in London, Cardiff, Glasgow. They carry the same burdens. Why then should their pay packets say otherwise? Why should they be asked to do more for less? So moving to today's debate, I would like to thank everyone that took part and mention some of the comments that have been raised from the floor. And we had 7 members contributing to the debate today. And it's undeniable the support and the goodwill that exists for our healthcare staff and recognition that pay parity is needed. Jerry Carroll said it should be accounted for in every year's budget. Philip McGuigan, chair of the Health Committee, said that Sinn Fein is committed to solve the problem in the executive and will continue to make that a reality. Diane Dodds from Upper Bann stated that she's angry and sad that nurses are in this position and hopes the Finance Minister and the Health Minister can work together to resolve the issue. Mark Durkin in Foyle said he gave his deep gratitude to our health heroes, stating a recent visit to Altnagelvin. But Mark also realised the problems paying in a lump sum, clawing back the money given to those on universal credit, and appealed to the Minister to talk to the Finance Minister on this topic. Paula Bradshaw mentioned that the BMA Health Service cannot be run on the goodwill of staff, and it is a matter of prioritisation for the Minister and his officials, and she heard the response of the Minister on that topic. Lady Flynn mentioned that she would support the motion with unwavering commitment to the staff, that they deserve decent, fair pay and working conditions, and that we owe them nothing less for a full spectrum of staff, what is rightfully theirs. Concluding, Alan Robinson in East Londonderry called the health staff the spine of the system and said the DUP supports the principle of pay parity, recognising the financial challenges that also exist on public services too. And my colleague Alan Chambers, North Down, said that it was shameful our health sector is not receiving their pay award. So turning back to my concluding remarks, Mr. Speaker, pay parity is not an aspiration. It is a principle, a line in the sand, and the Assembly must not cross it. For if nothing else, we all can remember only too well the consequences of what happens when it is crossed. We can either preside over a system where staff are asked to continue to wait for pay which they know they are entitled to, where patients continue to wait, and where our workforce continues to feel abandoned. Or the Northern Ireland itself can grasp this moment, the Northern Ireland Executive and Assembly, to affirm pay parity, approve the ministerial direction request from my party colleague Minister Nesbitt, and show our health workers that we stand with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Diana. The question is that the amendment standing in the name of Jerry Carroll be made. All those in favour say aye. All those contrary? There we go. Clear the lobbies. The question we put in 3 minutes. Order! Order, ladies and gentlemen. Order, please. Thank you very much indeed. Order. Members will resume their seats. The question is the amendment standing in the name of Jerry Carroll be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries, no? Persistent. Okay. Do we have tellers? Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Mark Durkin and Jerry Carroll. Tellers for the noes are Robbie Butler and Alan Chambers. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Doors. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, members, please resume your seats. Mark, thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Right, thank you for resuming your seats. Clerk, could you please read the result?
68 members voted, 40 members voted aye, 28 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is made. Unfasten the doors. The question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to the next item on the order paper. Oh, you want a minute? Sorry, but just take your ease for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Colm Gildernew to raise the matter of the protection on Sliabh from fires and environmental damage. I call on Colm Gildernew, and you have up to 15 minutes. Over to you, Colm.
Last can call you, and I want to start out by thanking members for joining me in the chamber today as we discuss this important, really important topic, and thank the Minister for attending as well. Ireland, as we all know, is known for its many beautiful landscapes, and our constituency of Fermanagh, South Tyrone, is perhaps one of the best examples that this island has to offer. One of the more scenic areas within our constituency is, of course, the Sliabh Bay area, which spans the counties of Fermanagh, Tyrone and Monaghan. Sliabh Bay is a Ramsar Convention site. It's an area of special scientific interest. It's also an area of conservation, and many other protections are offered for birds and wildlife in what is a very unique area. It spans 10,000 hectares in total when you include the upland and the forestry, and almost 2,000 acres of protected wetland. Earlier this year, Sliabh Bay was engulfed in some of the worst wildfires that the area has ever seen, with the NIEA estimating that up to 1/3 of the region was damaged in the fire. These wildfires absolutely decimated much of the unique biodiversity of the region, including the habitats of many of our rare protected species, such as the hen harrier, Irish hare, red squirrel, skylark, curlew, golden plover, pine marten, and many more. Sliabh Bay is also the source and the rising point of 3 of Ireland's 20 designated pristine rivers, indicating its importance in terms of water. It's a complex, unique and precious resource containing many other endangered species of flora and fauna. The fires also impacted on the local economy as they greatly restricted tourism for a prolonged period of time. Sliabh Bay has huge eco-tourist potential, and I was delighted that £6 million has been awarded from the Shared Island Fund to develop the tourism potential of the area by attracting new visitors and increasing total spend. But if we are to have any hope of transforming this area into a dynamic driver of local economic prosperity, then we need to find an innovative and permanent solution to the wildfires. Wildfires are increasing throughout the north and indeed throughout the world and the rest of this island as a result of the warmer climate. And they can be particularly hard to extinguish because of how fast they spread, and also because of the inaccessible and remote terrain for fire and rescue services. Last month, I attended a presentation in the Sliabh Bay Hotel in County Monaghan, along with my colleague Cathy Bennett TD, and Diana Armstrong was there that day as well, and we heard details of a proposed new fire prevention plan which has been developed by the River Blackwater Catchment Trust. The proposal includes the use of drones, both as a means of detecting fires in the first instance, but also as a mechanism of spraying water on top of flames in these remote, inaccessible areas. It is hoped that drones could also act as a deterrent to anyone who would seek to deliberately start a fire, which is a persistent problem in the Sliabh Bay area. It is also, it must be said, critical that privacy and data protection issues are fully addressed. Any proposal of this nature, which involves greater surveillance, must ensure that it is proportionate and does not impact on people's privacy. But it's important that we also use emerging technologies in a way which benefits our community and benefits our environment. I have to say I was struck with the potential of the plans to date, and I think it could represent an innovative and modern solution to a persistent and difficult problem. I would also like to acknowledge the Minister's recent peatlands policy, which he published, and will be keen to hear if he could outline how this might assist with the protection of Sliabh Bay. It will, in the time ahead, be important for the Blackwater Catchment Trust and all relevant cross-border agencies and bodies, including the Sliabh Bay Trust, the local councils and other relevant groups across the island and across counties, that they work together about the nature of this proposal and also how it will be a huge benefit to all of us in the long run. And finally, colleagues, we should also ensure that custodians of the land, of the environment, of the community, such as our farmers and rural dwellers, are meaningfully engaged and made fully active partners in the protection and potential of our beautiful landscape for many generations to come.
7 minutes, okay. Thank you. Just before we commence, all other speakers will now have approximately 7 minutes. 7 minutes. And I call Diana Armstrong. And Diana, over to you.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank a fellow constituency member, MLA, Colin Gildernew, for bringing this adjournment motion today on a very important topic. And as I'll refer to, I attended the same event as Colin in the Sliabh Bay Hotel, which really raised my awareness of the issues facing the community there in the protection of the landscape and the species and habitat. Sliabh Bay is a 9,000 hectare European designated site and area of special scientific interest, straddling the Fermanagh-Monaghan border, and its peatlands, the peatlands themselves, cover a total area of 3,000 hectares, 1,000 in the Republic of Ireland and 2,000 in Northern Ireland. The protection of peat uplands carries ramifications across our whole society, and there are many environmental, societal, economic, cultural and tourism reasons why we must take its protection very seriously. Soberingly, half of the peatland on Sliabh Bay was burned in a wildfire last May. I remember it well, driving towards 5 Mile Town from Belfast and seeing the skies lit up red and the palls of smoke. And it is something that no one would want to see. Wildfires have significant financial implications, and in the case of Sliabh Bay, it took 200 firefighters to bring this blaze under control at a cost to the public purse of £1 million. However, the impact of a wildfire on peatland is not only financial. There is no cost that can be put on the catastrophic loss of ecology and biodiversity at Sliabh Bay. The peatlands in Sliabh Bay offer many great benefits, such as the store of carbon, the regulation of water, shelter for the Irish hare, pine marten, red grouse, golden plover, and the endangered hen harrier, amongst others. Healthy peatlands are good for our climate, reduce the risk of floods, and support vibrant plant life. When peatlands are degraded and dry, the fire risk intensifies, as we saw firsthand in May. A startling report by the BBC this summer revealed that it could take thousands of years for Sliabh Bay's peatlands to return to ecological health. And I wish to commend organisations like the River Blackwater Catchment Trust, who are working to bring the ecosystem back and raise public awareness where it should be. I recently attended the stakeholder event, as Colin has mentioned, at the Sliabh Bay Hotel, which highlighted the importance of a coordinated approach to prevention, detection and fighting of wildfires. And I commend Roy Spence and Alan McCabe from the River Blackwater Catchment Trust for bringing those interested parties together to increase awareness and to inform them of the priorities of the Trust and the success that they have had in securing Shared Island funding and Peace Plus funding to protect the peatlands. The Trust received funding to the tune of £6 million as part of the Shared Island Fund just this year, and this has enabled the purchase of drone surveillance and infrared technology, which we saw demonstrated. Restoring Sliabh Bay alongside other degrading peatlands will require stronger enforcement and regulation where needed to prevent negligent fires and increase education around the dangers that peatlands face. This will be done through better fire prevention interventions and raising awareness on the part of the local community that what they can play in protecting this valuable asset. Protecting peatlands like Sliabh Bay is essential for our climate, for nature and for the community, and I will be monitoring the Minister's new peatland strategy, which I do welcome, and its progress in restoring these vital ecosystems. In closing, I thank the member for bringing forward this adjournment motion, and I do commend again the River Blackwater Catchment Trust for the valuable work they are doing. Thank you.
Diana, I call on Anya Murphy. Anya.
And I'd like to thank my constituency colleague for bringing this adjournment debate to the floor this evening. Sliabh Bay is a site of ecological and cultural importance, spanning across the counties of Tyrone, Fermanagh and Monaghan. It's a place of beauty, a space of recreation and an important part of our natural heritage. But beyond that, it's also a vital part of our environment and public health infrastructure. When fires rip through peatland, the damage goes far beyond the visible destruction. Peatlands are some of our most effective carbon sinks, locking away greenhouse gases that would otherwise accelerate climate change. When they burn, not only is that storage capacity lost, but harmful emissions are released directly into the atmosphere. That is a huge price society has to pay for a moment of recklessness. This is why education is so important, so people understand just how dire the consequences are from lighting fires in these protected areas, followed by robust enforcement where any wrongdoing is detected. This destruction has a huge impact on rural communities. Many farmers and landowners around Sliabh Bay are already playing their part in trying to protect these habitats as best possible, including reducing fire risk and managing the land responsibly. There is enormous potential to develop the Sliabh Bay area as a driver of sustainable rural tourism, as evidenced by the £5 million investment from the Shared Island Fund. Walking routes, ecotourism and cultural heritage trails can bring much needed investment into rural areas, creating jobs and income while safeguarding the environment. Leis Can Comhairle protecting Sliabh Bay is about climate control, but it's also about rural development and indeed community pride. Resources are scarce in rural areas, as we all know, so we need to ensure that communities are supported in their efforts to protect and develop these sites to benefit everyone, as well to ensure that Sliabh Bay can achieve its potential and remain a thriving landscape for all generations to come.
Call on Diane for South. Diane.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing this adjournment debate to the floor. And the peatland of Sliabh Bay obviously recently suffered the major damage from a wildfire deliberately set in May. And although I'm not a representative for that area, I know all too well the damage that this can cause. And recently, following significant fires in the Mourns, I met with PSNI, Fire and Rescue Service, local search and rescue charity Skywatch, and had the Deputy First Minister out in the wake of those fires. Recent fires have caused untold damage to the biodiversity, wildlife and natural habitats in the area, and without the dedicated and professional efforts, this devastation could have been much worse. And we again pay tribute to all of our emergency services. With more than 25 firefighters and 5 pumping appliances deployed, the fire managed to significantly damage 1/3 of Sliabh Bay. And as has been said, peat fires differ from other wildfires as the peat can burn underground for days or even weeks, harder to extinguish and causing even more destruction. And I have heard of the work, and it was mentioned by Diana there just previously, of the River Blackwater Catchment Trust. And I've read some of their work turning to drone technology as a potential solution to monitor and protect the area, and they've trialled thermal imaging surveillance drones. Once a fire is detected, the drone can transmit real-time high-resolution images, and the early warning systems designed to accelerate response times. And the Trust is planning to trial large agricultural spraying drones that could potentially dampen fires before they spread. And it's very much in the experimental phase. However, we should be collectively supporting any innovation that we can that could combat this problem and how this can be rolled out right across Northern Ireland. We support a multi-agency approach to tackling the wildfires and have seen our emergency services in action this year. Once ignited, the fires spread rapidly, putting life, property and wildlife at risk. And as someone who lives close to the foot of the Mourns, seeing the rate at which some of those significant fires descend upon people's home is quite frankly terrifying. It is important that we rededicate our attention here to continuing the work that was ongoing prior to this fire to maintain the environment and biodiversity in the area. Therefore, it will be critical to measure the full extent of the impact for our environment in order to scope an appropriate response and restoration interventions. DERA and the NIEA must work proactively to access this damage and assess it fully. However, tragically, it is likely to take decades to recover from the loss incurred to biodiversity and the environment. Stopping these fires should also be a key driver in the response. Enforcement and legislation must be strengthened to deal with this problem. We cannot afford to take our environment for granted, particularly given its importance to tourism and to our local communities. We are also supportive of examining the potential for greater use of fire breaks to limit future damage. Undergrazing can lead to gorse drying off and posing a risk of wildfires, which would stretch across a far wider area than 2 metres that would be removed to create a fire break. And again, I want to thank the member for bringing this important debate to the House. Representing rural constituents with very specific issues is incredibly important to be bringing to the floor of the Northern Ireland Assembly, and I look forward to hearing from the Minister on the issue. Thank you.
I call on John Blair. John.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want also to thank Colin Gildernew for raising this important issue in today's adjournment debate. As we move into colder and wetter months, it's understandable that our concerns about wildfires may diminish or be replaced by more seasonal issues such as flooding or adverse weather conditions. However, the impact of wildfires on our natural environment does not fade away with the seasons. Each and every wildfire, no matter how small, leaves a lasting and detrimental mark on our species and habitats. It is deeply troubling and unacceptable that many, if not most, wildfires are caused deliberately. The devastation to our environment, our wildlife and plant life is serious and is also long-lasting. I want to, at this stage, express my sincere gratitude to the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service, as well as everyone else who put their lives at risk to tackle recent wildfires, and to all those who work so hard to restore our natural environment in their aftermath. Deputy Speaker, this year alone, more than 25 firefighters were deployed to tackle the fire at Sliabh Bay, yet despite their efforts, 1/3 of this crucial area was significantly damaged in May. The River Blackwater Catchment Trust has warned us that it could take thousands of years for the peatland destroyed by fire at Sliabh Bay to return to what would be regarded as ecological health. The bog is not only vital for biodiversity, but also serves as the home of the endangered hen harrier. Peatlands themselves are crucial habitats that lock away carbon, supporting our climate goals. When healthy, they also act as natural water filters, improving the quality of our lakes and our rivers. For all of these reasons, we must do everything on our power to protect and restore these vital ecosystems. I'm pleased to note that protecting peatlands from wildfires is a clear priority in the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs' recently published peatlands strategy. Across the agency, there is innovation and collaboration. The River Blackwater Catchment Trust, for example, is now exploring new ways to tackle wildfires, such as utilising drones. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency is also prepared with specialist wildfire vehicles and have expert staff available to advise and support wildfire response efforts, as happened at Sliabh Bay. In June, departmental officials visited Sliabh Bay area of special scientific interest to assess the impact. While the damage is extensive, officials believe that given time and freedom from further pressure, such as heavy grazing, the area will eventually recover. The Department will continue, I understand, to monitor the situation, providing ongoing support and guidance. However, another fire, like this year's fire, could be the final blow for this site. Ultimately, a joined-up approach across government agencies, landowners and farmers is essential if we are to prevent wildfires or respond as effectively as possible when they occur. Dissuading people from deliberately setting these destructive fires in Sliabh Bay or anywhere else in Northern Ireland must be an absolute priority. Deputy Speaker, deliberately setting a wildfire on a site of special scientific importance where rare species and fragile habitats are endangered is simply a crime against nature. Looking ahead, we await the publication of a wildfire strategy. Hopefully, when published, this can progress without delay. The hard work on implementing real measures to limit the effects of wildfires must begin before the next wildfire season. Let us all remember, at the end of this debate, and carry outside the chamber this message also, let us all remember that safeguarding our natural environment is not just the responsibility of government and agencies, but of every individual in our society. Fostering a culture of awareness and respect for our ecosystems will ensure that we sustain a resilient, diverse and thriving landscape for current and future generations to enjoy.
Thank you, John. I call on Justin McNulty. Justin.
I rise today to highlight the urgent need for greater protection of Sliabh Bay, one of our most important natural landscapes, from the twin threats of fires and environmental damage. Sliabh Bay is not just a border upland stretching across Tyrone, Monaghan and Fermanagh. It is a living, breathing ecosystem. Its blanket bogs are a critical carbon store, its woodlands and wetlands are home to rare species, and its open hills are part of our shared ecological heritage. It is a place where people walk, farm and connect with nature. Yet year after year it comes under attack from fire and neglect. We have seen devastating wildfires in recent years, destroying hectares of precious bogland. These fires are not just accidents of nature, Many are caused deliberately. When the bog burns, centuries of stored carbon are released back into the atmosphere. Wildlife is killed and the land is left scarred for decades. For communities around Auchtercloy, Emmyvale and Nogatalan, these fires bring fear, damage to livelihoods and are destructive to the natural assets that should be protected for future generations. Environmental damage also comes in less visible but equally destructive forms. Illegal dumping, reckless off-road vehicle use and the draining of bogland that undermines its ability to store water and carbon. All of this weakens the land, increases flood risk downstream and chips away at an ecological and wildlife asset that should be cherished and protected. So what needs to be done? First, there must be a clear cross-border protection strategy for Sliabh Bay. This upland does not respect county or jurisdictional lines. A coordinated approach between DAERA and the National Parks and Wildlife Service in the south, local councils and the community groups is the only way to ensure effective prevention, monitoring and enforcement. Second, we need enhanced fire prevention and rapid response capacity. That means supporting the fire and rescue services, farmers and local volunteers with the resources to act quickly, alongside stronger penalties for those who deliberately light fires. Third, there must be a long-term investment in restoration, rewetting drained bogs, planting native trees and supporting sustainable farm practices will help protect biodiversity while also locking in carbon. These measures are not just good for the environment, they are cost-effective climate action and they are good for humanity. Finally, education and awareness are key. Sliabh Bay can and should be promoted as a place of pride, a place for responsible tourism and a shared natural heritage. If local communities are empowered and supported, they will be the strongest defenders of the landscape. The fires that rage across Sliabh Bay are more than flames on a hillside. They are a symbol of how fragile our environment has become. If the Executive are serious about tackling climate change, protecting biodiversity and supporting rural communities, then safeguarding places like Sliabh Bay must be a priority.
Thank you, Justin. And I call on the Minister. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Colin for bringing this adjournment debate on what is a very important issue to the Assembly here today. As we know, and it's been referenced, wildfires are sadly not unique to Northern Ireland. In the last year, we've seen wildfires across the UK, Ireland, Europe and beyond. Hotter, drier summers as a result of climate change is exacerbating the risks posed by wildfires in Northern Ireland. This is yet another reason why we cannot afford further dither and delay when it comes to climate action. The devastating impact of wildfires on our communities and our precious landscapes is too great. Despite what some may wish to say, Northern Ireland is not immune to the impacts of climate change. It is essential we redouble our efforts to tackle climate change for the sake of the health and well-being of our communities and also our economy. In tackling wildfires head-on, a truly collaborative and collective approach is needed from both government and stakeholders. DAERA cannot do this alone. This requires everyone to work together. In relation to the specifics of Sliabh Bay, a significant fire started on Sliabh Bay on Wednesday, the 7th of May of this year, and was extinguished on Saturday, the 10th of May. The fire was started deliberately at multiple locations across the site and impacted nearly 8 kilometres squares, making it the biggest fire recorded in Northern Ireland's history, ravaging the most beautiful and special part of Ireland, many would agree. The fire impacted on approximately 90% of the ASSI protected area. Northern Ireland Environment Agency wildfire all-terrain vehicles were deployed on day one and remained on site throughout the incident. I want to put on record my thanks to officials from the Environment Agency and also the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service and everyone else. Minister Nesbitt and myself met Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service a while ago in Lisburn and give our personal thanks to them for the work that they're doing responding to these wildfires, not just in Sliabh Bay, but in many other places across Northern Ireland. In the case of Sliabh Bay, there was excellent north-south cooperation and I want to thank my partners in the South for how they engaged and responded to this. The Police Service in Northern Ireland were in attendance and deployed its helicopter during part of the incident for vigilance. I would encourage anyone with any information on this fire to report it to the police or to Crime Stoppers. In the wake of this appalling act, I warmly welcome the enthusiasm shown by local stakeholders to come up with potential solutions to help support recovery and to prevent the number and severity of future fires. A conservation management plan was previously prepared for the Sliabh Bay Special Area Conservation as part of the Can Interact project. The Peat Plus project, led by Ulster Wildlife, was recently successful in Peace Plus funding awards for biodiversity, nature recovery and resilience, and it includes conservation initiatives to boost wildfire management planning and habitat works in the area, and I really welcome that. We cannot, however, talk about Sliabh Bay without referencing the wider context and challenges of wildfires in Northern Ireland. I am committed to playing my part, and I'm glad to confirm that a new wildfires strategic framework was recently agreed by the Executive. It will be launched soon, once we get all government agencies and relevant stakeholders together, so that we can launch the plan and we can all work in collaboration to deliver the action plan that will arise from it. The future wildfire efforts from all stakeholders will be focused around the objectives of prevention, preparedness, response, recovery and enforcement. Publication of the strategic framework will enable the development of a focused and detailed wildfire action plan, and we must do that together. The action plan will therefore be co-designed to align with and ensure delivery of the strategic objectives within the wildfire strategic framework. I would be keen to see all stakeholders, including those at Sliabh Bay, come together and engage in this process to design and implement the action plan. Key action from the strategic framework should be to enhance public knowledge of the risks that wildfires pose, in particular to public health. Hopefully, if people are aware of these risks, they will think twice before starting a fire. Additionally, another action must be the development and implementation of wildfire management and response plans in high-risk areas. The management plans will aim to make the landscape more resilient to large-scale wildfires, and the response plans will facilitate efficient response to incidents. Land management is absolutely key to creating more resilient landscapes, and an example of that is the intrinsic link between climate change, biodiversity decline and water quality. Peatland restoration is a great example of a key intervention that delivers win-win outcomes for society. Rewetting peatland reduces fire risk whilst creating important habitats to support nature recovery, acts as a carbon sink, reducing our emissions and providing natural filtration of water to improve our waterways. That's why the publication of Northern Ireland's first peatland strategy is such a game changer. We launched it last week, it's on the DAERA website, and we encourage people to have a look. Our efforts to incentivise nature-friendly farming through the Farming with Nature initiative is another example of win-win land management policy. Supporting farmers to better manage existing habitats and introduce new habitats for nature recovery again has knock-on positive benefits for water, climate and increasing resilience to wildfires. The combination of these measures should hopefully reduce the extent and severity of wildfires if they do occur. But in closing, when talking about wildfires, we need to be conscious that so many are deliberately set. That's why I have no hesitation in calling them for what they are: rural arson. We need to call time in this. It's wrong. Fires deliberately and maliciously set are destroying our environment, taking firefighting and other resources away, and putting homes and lives at risk. What more, those that are doing this are not being held to account. That needs to end. Those who are shielding the culprits need to come forward. They need to ring the police or Crime Stoppers. They need to tell us who did it and be prepared to give evidence in court. I ask everyone, if you're aware of anyone who's been involved in deliberately setting malicious fires in our countryside, to come forward before someone is killed or seriously injured. I want to, in closing, to thank the community effort in response to what was a devastating incident that occurred, and collectively my commitment as Minister to work with my executive colleagues and also stakeholders to shape a way forward in delivering the strategic framework for wildfires, which we hope to launch soon. But what I want to do is get people together, brief them on it, and collectively I think we can turn a corner on this if we work collaboratively on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And may I thank Colin and the Minister and for everybody for taking part in this adjournment debate this evening. I say herefore the Assembly is adjourned. The Assembly is adjourned. Safe home, everybody.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.